like, fucking do it, bro. Goddamn short.
Oh, what's up?
If it's what you like, you do it. That's too goddamn short.
Oh. I got no issue with you being in it if you want.
You what?
I have no issue with you being part of it if you want.
I think it's cool that you do your thing.
Because I've always wanted to kind of like do like little video essays or kind of like little video type things.
Does this shit, doesn't he?
What was it? What was that?
Your brother?
Well, in a sense, in the modern radio like industry, but I'm kind of but I'm more a part of like the alternative aspect of it, you know, where for like podcasts and the internet sense of it. But also, I'm not like as big as he is by like any stretch of the imagination at all. You know, because while on average I might get like maybe 4 or 5 people on and shit. Like obviously my brother's, you know, like on the radio to probably potentially millions of people. So yeah, at least in that sense, there's a little bit of depth. But at least, you know, kind of the premise of what we're both kind of akin to interested in, you know, pretty similar.
Why don't you get his touch on this program?
Well, his shit's like way heller in the morning where I'm like knocked out. And also, there's like certain rules when it comes to radio broadcasting in comparison to me and being able to be a little bit more libertine with it. So, depending on, you know, like what I might say, it might not even be able to be allowed on the radio and shit.
Right.
Like, you know, like when it comes to certain things like swearing or, you know, just, you know, shit that might be seen as an endorsement by the radio station and shit like that. You know, just various different things, which, you know, I can kind of get a little bit, but it's like, I mean, if you're having people call in, I mean, it should be obvious that, you know, they might, you know, have a little bit of a, you know, leeway of saying whatever they might want to say. No, here, get some background audio. Oh, you sweet fluff. Yes, look at you. I like how you just conquered that chair for your own.
Dude, that fucking weed I had you pick up last week?
Mm-hmm.
That shit was fire.
It was.
So good.
Yeah, when I had a little bit the night, I kind of traced some out. I mean, obviously, I grounded like the little nugget I had in this, and
Fire.
yeah, I was just like,
right.
Good, you know, nice first bowl, you know, right after work, you know, with that, and I was just like, nice.
It's so tasty, too. So tasty.
Taste the juiciness. Here. Try to pop my thumb. Come on. Maybe before he showed up, too, I, like, hella smashed my thumb pretty good, too.
Oh, did it work?
Yeah.
Why would you do?
I was grabbing some meats for somebody, and then I closed that meat counter door, and of course, my thumb just happened to where I thought was not where it was, and then just smush.
It was?
Yep, just smush.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, and it was in the middle of helping people. I was like, ah,
Right.
and I was just like, ooh, okay, yeah, just smashed my thumb there. So, you know, and I don't think the first customer I was initially helping noticed that because he was kind of giving me this look of like, why are you giving me this like, you know, just like this look of like, yeah, and he's just like, and I'm just like, smash the thumb, don't worry. No, I'm struggling through pain now. I mean, yeah, it's not bad. It's just like really sore now, but it's just like, oh man, when it first hit, it was just like, it felt almost like I got like a high almost or some shit. I was like, whoa, I'm feeling like lightheaded. Whoa, you know, I'm cutting meat. And I'm just like, all right, this weird like focusing thing I'm doing is like somehow giving me like a head rush of some sort. Like I haven't experienced. I was like, okay.
Have you like done like severely, like almost broke it? I mean, that could have been close, but dude, that is the time I almost broke my shit.
I mean, I probably did crack it, you know, the very end of it or something a little bit, but I mean, it's not that significant really that, you know, merits being an issue. Got the meats.
Sweet.
Like a lot of meats.
A lot of them?
Yeah.
Alright. I'll put some in my box.
Yeah. Oh, this sweet handsome boy. Oh,
Yeah,
oh. Oh, he wants the love and
He wants
attention.
you to pet him.
How are you?
He wants hugs and scritches and loves. All that. Oh, that face.
Okay, we're friends.
Oh my god, that face.
We're friends. Okay, I'll give you a hug. One hug. That's it. One hug.
Oh.
Okay.
Duka.
It's too sweet, boy.
Yeah, sweet boy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I came home Sunday,
No.
fucking feeling like shit.
Oh, really? I feel like. Fuck.
Yeah,
No, I had
Yeah, that's what
I had cold chills.
Yeah, I'll puking over.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of sick people work those things. There's like 4 people sick together. One is like scared that they have COVID. And it's Nate.
It's not gonna kill you.
I know, but I'm just saying I hate being sick, bro. I'm saying I fucking hate being fucking sick.
Yeah.
Pet peeve.
That's kind of one of my things is I like it's like just because I mean one I feel like I just want to die when I drink my beer, and also just because especially if I know I have like work or some shit I just don't like calling in myself especially. So
I hear that. Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
I have to like, fuck, I'm calling in. You know my routine.
yeah.
But,
Honestly, when I think also
did that.
when Joe was saying earlier that you called in, I honestly thought I think he just misheard what
No, I'll be there after 5. Baby mama gets off work at 5. I'll be there as fast as I can.
yeah. I mean,
Justin
either way,
coming up to me fucking, and you told me that Justin said I called him. What the fuck, Justin? No, I didn't even talk to you today. Shut up.
yeah. But I mean, it's because he was also aware of the situation too, so he might have been, just kind of.
Just gave up like it was 6 o'clock. Gave up. No, bro, I was coming, bro.
Yeah, that's probably.
Close.
I mean, honestly, it's like there was a part of me. There was a coin toss mind. It's like if he doesn't show up in like the next 30 minutes, and that was like within that 5-minute margin of, like, yeah, basically, I was like, if it's not the next 30 minutes, I'm gonna like, call him on the back, be like, yeah, I think it's definitely no show or whatever, but. Yeah, I literally called him up, like, just before he did. He'd be like, yeah, just saying he might have been, whatever, so I'll just kind of give you, like, another 30-minute call ahead of time or whatever. Because he was thinking, oh, shit, I might have to, get dressed a little bit, cover your lunch, and blah,
boys, I'm trying to be good, shit. I'm trying to be a team player.
Well, I know with the new manager, with her being chill shit, I know she will probably, like, be a little, like... crackdowny on stuff with like that shit.
Like that shit, definitely.
Yeah, which honestly, even for me, I'll definitely, be more proactive being better with.
Yeah.
Yeah, now let her know that I have my dog and shit, so, just in case, like, if I happen to be, like, 10 minutes late or some shit, she won't be like, what the heck? Yeah, exactly. She won't be like, hey, why, so.
I want to tell the whole being late thing more, just be on lunch break, do the lunch break thing. Because here you saying I'm late, she don't usually like that at all from the beginning. Don't tell her no, you're late.
Yeah.
I'm sure they already know the whole route of Scotty there, but...
Yeah. I mean, if anything...
Mark probably left this big old note to Scotty.
Like as thick as the Bible.
Get rid of him as fast as you can.
Oh my god. I mean, it's just like, frankly, it's like, if that motherfucker wasn't even gonna do it, like, I doubt that, was gonna happen, really. I mean, it's just more about, like...
We need a P1 deli anyways.
Yeah, if anything, she's probably just gonna, just really probably likely if it isn't something that shapes up, just be on your ass about it, and once it's staffed enough, then probably start considering shit like that. But
just as long as we're good on time to get there every day.
Also I know she's probably have heard about like how my ethic is and shit.
Mine. You already know.
Yeah, because when I'm at least there, my ethic is good about
work at it. Just me fucking just get my ass there. Once I'm there, I can work.
Yeah,
it's just getting there is the problem,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know it's everybody.
Because honestly, I know I was thinking, it's like, man, we probably would have been out earlier if this motherfucker showed up a little sooner.
Right. Sorry, boys. I'm trying to be better.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't really that bad. It was just a constant flow of people that, that's always the main issue with some days. It's like, it's not like the department itself being shit, it's just the constant flow of people to not, like, really maintain, to maintain, like, just keeping shit up.
Right.
Doc decided boys MC. What's up, Stefano? Just chatting up with the whole game. Hey, what's up, dude? Long time no see. Gringo Garp. Oh, shit, what's up, my dude? It has been a long time. My boy.
My boy.
Yeah, that guy's been around since I was doing Twitch streaming and shit.
Who?
Gringo Guapo.
Hmm.
I mean, he was I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot what his Twitch name was, but he was around back when I was doing shit over there too. So yeah, it's been quite a charm. Singing out with my roommate, my coworker and shit.
Your roommate's always
Just
here.
chilling. Well, I know. Well, hence why you're, hence the roommate. Yeah, I totally forgot I was gonna get some back on tunage. Here we go. Boom. Yeah. That's a little loud. We can just have that at a nice casual sound. There we go.
You want to see if Scotty can die?
Huh?
You want to see if Scotty can die?
Do it.
No. I can't do this, bro. Fuck.
I can't either, and I do
You
them.
can, but he at least tries.
I can't even do the fucking, just the handheld ones, dude. Fuck.
I mean, me neither.
Wait, not even that, like the fucking, the pen ones?
The key is to, like, with those, it's just
No,
like,
do those. I can't do those. Fucking.
I mean, you gotta do them like small dose, like, we can it'd be like,
I know it's on fucking high torch right now.
you can drop it down to a low one.
Yeah, dude. What flavor is it?
Berry punch.
Tastes good.
Danger's favorite one.
Man,
Yeah, the berry punch is pretty good.
let's kill the fuck out of me. You know how to get before you see that thing. Look at you. The big old one.
Oh, that's kind of weak.
Oh, that's me. That'd be 10 times worse.
Well, you lowered it too, to the point. I was actually kind of surprised I was able to handle that. Usually I'd be coughing with that first one, but I think it was just because it wasn't burning up as much quite quick.
Well, it's also a new coil.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
Full new coil.
Gotta find some random stuff for the tube later. There we go. I also had a union organizer at the store earlier today too. I was able to stop by and mention and be like, hey, I was trying to apply for like shop steward position and shit, and I was just like wondering, did a couple months back, but I was just kind of curious, about like fall fit. And it's like, oh, we're going for another rep right now, and she actually just came by, dropped some of her shit off and blah, and all that type of shit, and got one of her cards, and also kind of mention a little bit more about my whole wage situation, to be like, because I got a new our new store director and shit, I figured, I'll be able to, follow up with her and be able to try to rectify that, because a lot of it was because of our old manager or old store director not doing shit. So I'm hoping now that, a lot of this shit can be rectified, and even Marlon's, thinking now, it's just like, oh shit, like if things can actually, change around with, someone especially being more proactive as a store director, things can actually be kind of manageable and alright again. Because that's kind of the one thing that was just such a fucking problem, was just that, things aren't like, very manageable when it comes to just like, dealing with not just our departments, but making sure that there's like, decent communication between the store director and that shit, and making sure things are addressed or, taken care of from their, from the director's side or not. So, and, from what I've noticed, even for what our new store director is saying, is that other departments, seem to like, a lot of people that they usually do work with and shit. So it just kind of validates my feeling that, like, this, the old store directors that we had were really just the linchpin of all the fucking bullshit that we were dealing with. And now that having someone that's at least going to be proactive is just going to make it legit, better, hopefully for everybody now, to where, it can actually get more staffed up and actually be somewhat manageable and an alright place to kind of work at again. Because when I was first there for first, like, 3 years and shit, it was actually, with its stresses and problems, actually alright and pretty decent. To some extent it still is. I don't mind. I actually, like the job that I do, but it's just, you know, a lot of shit we were going through that just made it such a problem.
I still don't know why you just don't come to my store. I still don't know why you just don't come to my store.
Well, I mean, it's just because at this point there's been a lot of different, you know, changes now on having a new store director and shit. They're, you know, with the potential new improvements and everything, you know, it might actually make it, you know, kind of worth it to, you know, be over, you know, to kind of be there again in a sense. I mean,
yeah.
So, the same place you worked at before. Yeah, I'm still working the same spot. First job I got and stuck with it for this fucking long. I can't believe it.
I'm actually excited to meet her.
Yeah, she's honestly, she might mention something about, you know, be like, wow, you know,
This guy, no.
yeah, so it's like, you're this guy I've heard about, but yeah, but I mean, honestly, I think if, as long as you just like kind of keep up with your shit a bit, you know, she'll, you know, I think she'll warm up with you.
But I'm not really good to be buddy with her, just, you know, man, stay away, I'll stay away. Just,
yeah, well, I kind of want to, at least for myself, just so I can make sure I can get some of my shit dealt with, like with, you know, my, you know, German wage shit, yeah. Just at least enough, you know, to make sure that stuff's done, and then, you know, as long as she, you know, she can work with me whenever I might need a day off or some shit like that, or...
You're at 18, right?
Huh?
You're 18, right?
No, he's at 16.
It should be 1853, but...
16?
Yeah, well, yeah, see, you know, and that's the reason why...
When you were making 16, he
was at,
14.
I was still at 14, 35 or whatever the fuck it was. So, obviously, whatever my wage or whatever my current, like, wage status is not set to the journeyman like everybody else is. See, I know, it's still kind of bullshit, and a lot of that, I think, is because of the store director not just giving a fuck to fix that. Yeah, despite...
She'll change that, you watch.
Yeah, honestly, I bet she will.
Been there, she'll be like, oh, you've definitely journeyman.
Yeah, and I told her I've been there for almost 7 years about it. She's like, that long? Wow. You know, she kind of, you know, so I feel like she'll hear that and be like, let's change that, like, right the fuck away. You know, yeah. So... I definitely feel pretty confident about, you know, her actually being the store director, at least so far, so, you know, even if there is, you know, a little bit of extra strictness about some shit, I mean, you know, that, yeah, it's gonna be fine, if anything. And honestly, in a lot of ways, it's kind of, might be needed.
I get along with Damon, bro. Man, the first time I met you, I don't know about it is. First time I met her, the very first time.
Yeah, I mean, her and I have, too, in a lot of ways, and her and I have had, like, weird valleys and peaks and shit. Like, there would be a lot of times where... Especially, I remember during, like, 2020 when a lot of those protests were going on, whenever I would go to those and shit, like, some days I'd either show up hella late because I'd basically show back home when the fucking sun's come back up and shit, and, you know, then I get chewed the fuck out by her, usually.
Really?
Yeah, because I'd be, like, an hour or something late or whatever because I'd oversleep and shit, you know, so, or sometimes even longer. There was, I think, one time where I showed up, like, 3 or something hours late, and it was back when, Cage was working there, and he came in to help out. And by the time he showed up, I basically just showed up at the same time before I clocked in. I went to go talk to him about it. She basically just sent me home, you know, even though I was just honest and explained the situation. And she didn't want to fucking hear any of it at all, didn't give a fuck, and just like, you know, you can go home for today. And I'm like, alright.
I'm missing you, dude. Come
here. Yeah. Considering your job security is there, I got fired, so, well, that fucking sucks. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if it wasn't for this sudden new thing that happened this past week with our new store director and shit, I was seriously considering on leaving. But now I'm like kind of having a incentive to kind of stick around and see what happens, just because, I mean, like, so far, especially just getting introduced to her, like, I kind of find it, I loved how we introduced ourselves. Like, me and our, and one of our other co-workers who had just clocked off, I was checking him out at our check stand at our department, and was mentioning, you know, about, it's like, oh, have you met the new store director yet? And he's like, oh, no, I haven't, but I've seen her wander around. It's like, yeah, I have too. I've heard, you know, she's actually pretty cool. And he's like, yeah, same here. I heard she's, you know, was going to be proactive and try to, you know, one of her first things was to try to staff up our department. And while we're talking about this, she just happens to walk over and be like, hi, you both work at a deli, right? And I'm like, yeah, I do. Names, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, our other coworker's like, yeah, I'm, you know, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, cool, I'm, you know, so-and-so. And, you know, it's just like, you know, it's just like, you know, it's like, how y'all doing, blah, 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 you know, just kind of introducing ourselves. It's like, yeah, we were actually just talking about it. She's like, oh, well, I'm hoping positive things, at least. And I'm like, well, yeah, we were hearing good things about you, and if anything, we're kind of excited. And she's like, oh, great. Yeah, so, you know, I'm also pretty glad that, you know, I'm pretty sure our, first, you know, like, little introduction, you know, with, the store director was pretty good, too. So, you know, all in all, like, I'm actually pretty happy about it. And plus, seeing one of the, organizers for our union there, too, you know, kind of, you know, I'm assuming probably helping out the store director a little bit on top of some other stuff, too. And I overheard something by, I guess, one of the other coworkers having a grievance, and he was coming in to, you know, see what was up about that, which I don't know anything about, so. But either way, you know, it's just like, there's at least, you know, it seems like just, even though it's the store director's first day, there seemed like there was just so much fucking more proactiveness about, like, you know, just going on in the store that day that, like, it just felt like a different fucking store almost, really. Like, and it felt good, like, honestly. It's like, wow, actually it feels kind of nice to kind of come in here today. It's like, wow, I feel good coming in and being at work right now. What the fuck? It's like, it actually felt it felt nice. So I was just like, you know, so honestly, you know, I'm thinking, you know, in time, you know, hopefully within the next month or two, like, it'll eventually, you know, start changing to where things are actually pretty manageable again. Because I was saying earlier, you know, it's just like, it's not like I don't hate the job or, you know, fucking think it's, you know, like the worst, you know, shit ever or whatever, but, like, I mean, it was mostly just because, you know, our old store director just didn't give a fuck. And now, you know, now that we have a switch now at this point, it's, I could just already tell it's, you know, different, and it's good. I mean, because that's really the key of having a store function, is at least, you know, even if the manager is, you know, a corporate suit type of person, at least being proactive enough to make sure that shit's functional enough, you know, for the workers in the department. So there's at least, you know, like, yeah, you know, just no one left out in the fucking shit. Because at least then, you know, it's like, oh, well, you know, the you know, profits and all that type of stuff, you know, get, you know, nicely handled. But to make sure that's all maximized, you know, the departments are taken care of. And, you know, the workers are at least considered enough to make sure that shit's alright. It's not like it's not like, you know, I necessarily want the store director to literally, like, go, like, above and beyond to make sure literally every tiny little thing for us is dealt with, but as long as at least things can be manageable enough to where, you know, we can handle our own, you know, outside of, you know, what just needs to be addressed, you know, from store director side of things, you know, it'll be fine. Because all in all, it seems like, you know, the director is just a lot more willing to work with us, you know, in comparison. From my understand, one of our new coworkers that got transferred to be one of our sandwich ladies actually worked with her in the past at another store. Back when she used to work for Safeway, like, years back. And she says that she's actually, you know, like one of the proactive types that'll, if, like, let's say, you know, the deli's, you know, lacking numbers and people and they're slammed, she'll actually go back there and help you. So it's just like, oh, it's like, really? Alright. So she's somebody who will actually go out of her way to, you know, go behind the counter, you know, with workers. Well, I mean, this is coming from, you know, someone who's worked for her in the past, as well, so, I don't know. I mean, obviously we'll have to see, but, it makes me feel a little bit more confident in the sense that this person's at least more proactive, you know, as the last boss. Sounds like the opposite of my last boss. And my last store director as well, who was only proactive for the bonuses and the profits, and that was it. And even then, like, at least when it came to the store's specific profit margin, I don't think he gave a shit. He only really truly gave a fuck about his bonuses. Which included, you know, the corporate executives and the higher-ups as well. So as long as, like, him and his little, like, you know, buddies, you know, that all get their bonuses and shit every fucking, you know, like, end quarterly year and all that shit, he didn't give a fuck. I mean, this chick that is our new store director, she seems like, you know, even if she does, you know, maybe care about that, it's not necessarily her, like, biggest, you know, utmost priority. Last boss asked me what we use to measure an ID for a pipe. That's the first thing we learned, lol. Oh my god. Wow. I mean, honestly, I'm not 100% sure about, those type of things myself, but if it's like some of the first things that you learn when it comes to a job that, like that, you're probably, and you're asking questions about that as a boss, that's a problem. I mean, I can maybe get if you're like, like an average coworker or something like that, or like, an average worker that might be on the line or like, on the floor or whatever, that might need a quick refresher about some shit. But if it's something that basic, I mean, even then, it'd be like, you need a refresher on that, bro? You might need to relearn some shit. You might need to go back into the textbooks there, bub. Just a little bit. Oh, Zukov, you're a sweet little thing. Look at you. Man, I got my thumb pretty good earlier. Pinched it really nice and good on one of the doors at work for like one of our little fridges, where we keep all of our meat chips and sliced meat, and it's difficult to do that. The worst part is the job I'm doing right now. Oh, I bet. Because I know there's like different variables at play when it comes to trying to get, jobs and how hard it can actually be. Because there's like a lot of, especially media, this idea that like, oh, people just don't want to work, and honestly, a lot of it actually really tends to be bullshit. I mean, it's more or less that people just don't want to work for shit wages. But, I mean, because of that, there are a lot of people who are trying to look for jobs. And because of that, there's more of this competitive pay, sense of going on that's going on where, companies are essentially having a lot of people apply, but they're having so many people that essentially they're not really bothering to hit people back up. So you have this cycle of like companies that unless you pressure the fuck out of them, like they're not really going to give a fuck about wanting to hire you, despite also being understaffed and shit, and also having a lot of people trying to look for jobs and shit with this. On top of that, usually people who also might get hired also get a call back at a job that might actually be better, so then they just don't show up anymore. So it's like there's just random shit like that, and it's a major issue to the whole understaffing problem and supply issues and shit. And I mean, at least around here, luckily people I think do kind of get that a little bit. And because I haven't really had people who are like full-on assholes, in a while. There's people who are kind of like dickish and kind of being a smug prick, but not like full-on like Karen mode, So it's like luckily that has been the case in a while. And if anything, I get more like nicer people that are like that kind of are understanding about shit, than anything. So at least that's good. But I think it's just because like our store, like everywhere's being hit with this shit.
I've got 3 peppers and 2 originals, so there's pepper left for you and the garlic one.
Alright.
So, just kind of do the most. Okay. Fucking. Fucker. What?
I'm colorblind, was supposed to be tested when I worked before, didn't know it was a requirement for the industry. Really?
Did I just hear him right?
Yeah, I mean, what was the industry? Like, it was metalworking, wasn't it? I mean...
Being colorblind and you have to be fucking tested for it?
I mean, I don't even think, like, like Air Force fighter pilots to get disqualified for being colorblind. It's just fucking, like, if you have actually shit vision, for something like that. So, like, that just don't make sense. Yeah, that just seems kind of fucked. oil and gas manufacturing inspection. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that still seems fucked. Like, I mean, what? Because, like, there's things that are labeled that have, like, certain colors, you know, and shit to identify, you know, and to identify them and stuff. Like, I mean, it's just like, if you're a colorblind person, you'll be able to at least, like, induct, like, yeah, you know, obviously to everyone else, what I'm seeing is, like, you know, a different color, or maybe, like, a shade of gray, you know, or, you know, whatever their perspective may be. And it's just like, you know, despite that, you think that you'd be able to, like, yeah, you know, these colors, you know, even though I might not be able to see them the same as everyone else, mean this. Or if it's, like, a shade of gray, it's like, you could still, oh my god. Like I said, I don't even think, like, fucking, like, fighter pilots, you know, get disqualified for shit like that. Different color caps and bands, but yeah. I mean, still, I mean, you think you'd be able to, like, induce the difference, you know, with or without the color blindness. Because you'll be able to tell they're, like, different shades at the very least, you know, and be able to, like, alright, you know, this is that and this is this. I mean, oh my god. That's just dumb. Also, coffee is still brought by silly little dog. Yeah, sucks. My last Sims doing so well. Then, yup, no thanks. Jeez, dude. Yeah, that it really is some bullshit. Man. It's just like how they like to fuck the poor. You know, it's just like, seriously. I mean, it's like, oh, you happen to have, you know, a pre-existing condition of assaults, well, you're fucked. It's like, wow, okay. Gee, thanks. I mean, because, like, for some shit like that, like, it just doesn't make sense to be like, oh, you happen to have, like, a form of color blindness, thus, you know, you disqualify for it. It's just like, I mean, that just, again, just seems so stupid. Like, if you actually have, like, you know, some, you know, very poor vision or something like that, I can kind of get that, you know, but, like, I mean, just being colorblind isn't having poor vision. That's just, you just can't perceive, you know, certain colors, you know? Look on the bright side, no pun intended, there are plenty of other places out there. Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, still, it's just like, if anything, it's just, especially for something as stupid and benign as that, and arbitrary as that, I mean, it just kind of gets under my gears a little. It's like, I mean, it's basically like, oh, you happen to be, it's like for me, it's like, oh, well, you happen to want to be in a customer service job. Well, you're autistic, thus, you know, might be able to handle social interactions well. No thanks. It's like, what? Sukov, oh my god, you're going fucking insane. Did you see a bug? Is that why? What are you doing? Oh my god, he's going fucking nuts here. Are you on crack? Did you, like, find crack somewhere or something, dog? I think this dog's on crack. I don't know if you were here last time Zukov was around, but my little puppo Zukov has gotten a lot more bigger. And I know you probably haven't been here since some unfortunate news about Bandit, but it's at least been confirmed in the neighborhood there's been 3 fucking coyotes around here, and probably about, like, maybe 3-something weeks ago, fucking, you know, Bandit went missing and shit, and some neighbors actually happened to find him kind of eaten up a little bit, so now I'm kind of on a little bit of if I see coyotes, I'm gonna fucking shoot them kind of mentality now. Bandit's gone, yeah. I mean, a lot of the emotional vibe, and honestly, the fuck thing is, too, if you go back in my streams, like, one of them is when I actually find out. Like, I found out about that shit on stream. Like, I think I was reacting to or checking out a video. My dad walks in and just says, "Oh, Bandit's dead." And I pause the video, I'm like, what? And basically for the rest of the stream, it's just me kind of like, just kind of drinking my sorrows away at that point. I've had a fox problem taking chickens. Damn. But, yeah. Well, hey. I also... I also happen to have this bad boy now. So... yeah, like I said, you know, coyotes coming around ain't gonna be too much of an issue at this rate. And also, I just got this today. This is 40 rounds. This thing's fucking ridiculous. Look at the size of this bitch. And this is a regular 30 round right here in comparison. So, a little different. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, but it's not stock anymore. I have done many of upgrades. Like, this is new. This is new. This is new. This is new. I've made many of upgrades on this thing now. And this and this right here are East German, an upper and a plastic buttstock, which is ribbed for her pleasure. And honestly, when it comes to magazines, I'm buying Bulgarian magazines now, which is what these are, because these are like some of the best mags I've shot with so far, like, period. Oh, and the compensator is also different and an upgrade to it as well. So it is definitely a new little boomstick that I most certainly am enjoying. Well, less coyotes to worry about, lol. Well, the problem is I can't exactly use that in the area that I'm in. I have to get something way smaller of a caliber. So, at some point I'm probably going to get a 22. That will handle coyotes just as well. That might go through and maybe hit a house. I don't need that. So, that might be a little big, you know, in comparison. So... at the very least, you know, I can, you know, maybe grab, like, I've been wanting to grab maybe, like, a Ruger 1022 or, like, some sort of 22 carbine or a 9mm carbine or some sort. So, and honestly, like, I've seen some, and especially at the Sportsman's Warehouse that I got that at, for, like, less than $350, give or take. So, honestly, like, I might consider it. I might get a Caltech Sub 2000, or like a, or no, as a Caltech, you know, yeah, it's a Sub 2000, or a Caltech, what's it called? Either a 3895 TS or like a 995 TS. I mean, the model of it is specifically the 95 TS, but it's such a weird, funky looking, like, here, let me look it up, because it's such a weird looking, like, space age gun. Here. High Point. Oh, it's by High Point. Never mind. Here, 45.
American Fun and Gun. Look. All right, guys. Well, I'm down here.
All right, guys. What's up there? Howdy, y'all. This guy has got like a very strangely wholesome redneck accent.
Located in Mooresboro, North Carolina, to try.
I'm out here in North Carolina. What's up now? I'll tell you what.
But we will try it out.
It almost looks like a Spaz 12 a little bit. Now that I'm looking at it with the finish on it. It looks so weird, but I love it. This is a 45 cal version, so this one would be a 4595 TS.
Find these things for a really good price, but are they worth it? Let's take the first shots. Let's try to get this optic turned on.
It helps to turn that on.
Wow, guys. I expected a much more violent recoil impulse. I've shot a lot of 45 AR-15s, and the recoil impulse is insane, but this is actually fairly comfortable. Wow. And this thing's a little tack driver at about 35 yards with this red dot, no problems whatsoever. I'm gonna...
I mean, honestly, it looks like a fun little gun though, so I don't know. I wonder if the barrels can be threaded, or if they are threaded barrels, so I can, add stuff to it if I wanted to. Because there's not much you could do for, like, adding to it outside of maybe, like, side rail, optic, and, forward handguard mounts and stuff. But, I mean, it looks like, something that would be a fun plinker to have, or maybe varmint defense or, varmint deterrent shit. Because that rifle right there is more suited for, like, a wolf or, like, fuck, even, like, a bear. Not, like, not coyotes. They're a little tiny. Like, they're about the size of my dog Zukov. Like, that would be a little overkill. I do have a 12 gauge, so I guess that would work, but there's also the issue of spread. And I don't want to deal with that either. Fuck living in suburbia. Is this why I want to be just outside the city, not like pretty much like kind of in it? Because if you got coyote issues, you have a lot more of a free reign to deal with that, and no one would give a fuck. It's like, I know my neighbors probably wouldn't give a shit, and if anything, would probably be thankful that coyote problem has been dealt with. But it's more or less like the more immediate surrounding area outside of my like immediate neighbors that probably have an issue with that. So it's just like, I don't want to go for like block by block being like, excuse me, if you hear a loud bang, and just know that that is a coyote being killed. Like, I don't think that's exactly gonna work out for some people. Do you fucking mind? Oh, you little, okay, come here, baby. No, oh, now you want to run away from me. You want to love and attention, now you want to run away from me. Fuck you. Jerk. Excuse me. Can I help you? He's giving me the cute look of concede to my demands. The problem is I don't know what they are. The door's open. You could be outside. You got food. You got water. What does he want? What do you want? Oh my god. I know what will satisfy him. Yeah, come here. Come here. Come on. Come here. Yeah. Come here. Oh my god, you lazy bastard. There you are. Yes. Right. Oh. He was a gentle boy. And off he goes. He's like, mine now, boy. Here, I think there was some shit I wanted to check out here. John Fetterman hilariously trolls Dr. Oz with Snooki cameo. A Snooki cameo. Oh my god. Good doggo. He is a good doggo. Too friendly for his own good. He's a little absurd. He needs to stop being so damn friendly. Here, we gotta see based John Fetterman fucking troll Dr. Oz. Dude, man, why can't we just have like like an entire party just full of John Fettermans? Can we just like clone him and just like make an entire just party just of him? Because this guy's just like, he seems like, I really hope that some of his future prospects is maybe doing a presidential run, because holy fuck, I'd vote for him if he was president. Because he, like, the only major issue about him really is kind of his Israel takes, but outside of that, he doesn't even really speak on it that much. So it's just like, despite that, it's like, I don't even know how genuine or really serious he is with that. I think it's just more so that AIPAC and like a lot of lobbies that our Zionists that are hyper supportive of Israel, you know, just don't get up on him. So, what's his Israel take? I mean, he's not exactly, you know, he hasn't really had many, you know, takes that are like kind of pro-Palestinian. He's more supportive of the Israeli state, at least openly. So, I mean, he hasn't really mentioned too much about it outside of that. It's like, yeah, I support the state of Israel, stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. So, it's like, he's not like, you know, fervent defender of it, but, you know, he's definitely voiced support about it. So, it's just like, I mean, like I said, I don't know how genuine it is, because he, you know, it's not like a priority of his at all. So, I don't know. I'd hope that's just, you know, something more or less that, you know, just kind of like has AIPAC and a lot of more Zionist groups and shit just don't fucking target him. Just so he can at least, you know, solidify his power in Pennsylvania. But I'm not too sure. You never know what could be in the mind of a politician, honestly. Even with him. This is more the usual position of Congress. Yeah, basically. Which is honestly why I don't really think it's that big of a deal in my mind. Because honestly, like, pretty much everything else about him kind of outweighs that, at least. I mean, not, you know, the issue in itself, but, you know, with at least him and where he lies on just kind of the overall general, like, gist of what, you know, the immediate short-term priorities are. Like, I mean, even to himself, he seems like, you know, he outweighs other issues, you know, to that, so. And if anything, he seems like he'd be, you know, somebody who would be able to be persuaded otherwise anyway, so.
Fetterman has constructed a robust policy platform that's substantive and specifically addresses the needs of the working class in Pennsylvania, so he's absolutely, without question, won the policy war. But another war that he's winning is the meme war, which is important in 2022 American politics. So, for those of you who haven't been following John Fetterman on Twitter, he has been trolling the hell out of Dr. Oz, and it is hilarious because he is relentless. For example, he made fun of this cringeworthy ad that Dr. Oz released during the GOP primary where he claims, quote, "I've been shooting and hunting my whole life," and nobody believed him. And, you know, John Fetterman spoke to this saying, "We totally believed you, dude." Now, also, he responded to a tweet.
I mean, honestly, if I made a political ad like that, I'd at least be a little bit more genuine. I'd take the hunting part out of it because I haven't done that, but I guarantee I've gone shooting more than than fucking Dr. Oz ever. Like, he only probably went shooting once just for the political ad, and that's it. And he probably had, like, you know, 5 takes, so he was probably there for, like, you know, all day, but it's like, bitch, come on.
Where he's seen with business owners from Pennsylvania, Pat and Gino, and John Fetterman essentially...
If anything, he probably just CGI'd himself into it. He probably just, like, had someone else be there, but then just, like, deepfaked his, like, head in there really well, or something. Like, I doubt he even was shooting.
Saying, yes, the trip to Pat's and Gino's, a rite of passage for every tourist. And that's just what he did this past week. We haven't really even scratched the surface. I've done videos about this, so if you want to watch more videos, you can check our back catalog. But basically, Dr. Oz realized that he's getting dunked on ruthlessly, and he's got to respond somehow. But the problem is, and I've said this before, Dr. Oz is essentially the Republican equivalent of Hillary Clinton. Too elitist, too out of touch.
He really is.
Whenever he tries to appear personable and relatable...
I'm pretty sure he's been, like, in the past, you know, like, at least okay with Hillary before. Like, I know he's had Bernie on before and was friendly and literally played basketball with him once. Like, I think on his show, like the Dr. Oz show, whatever the fuck it is. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's just like, the dude, especially during his Showtime career, was basically just willing to be buddy-buddy with anybody, including politicians. So, I mean, and that's just usually what it is with a lot of these, like, Showtime, showman motherfuckers and shit. Like, they'll be buddy-buddy with anyone, they don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, if, you know, someone can be buddy-buddy with Bernie by having them on, you know, because they'll boost a lot of the views, you know, on their show and shit and the ratings, well, fuck yeah, of course they're going to have them on. Same thing if it was Hillary or Trump or anyone else, you know what I mean? It's just like, that's just because that's what, like, TV's about. It's about, like, you know, showmanship. I mean, so it's like, if these fucking showmen, like Dr. Oz, you know, are going to try to push it, then of course, you know, they're going to be buddy-buddy with anybody. I mean, also, that's kind of the reason why he's trying to go into politics, because, you know, Trump also exceptionally showed that, yeah, even if you are honestly, realistically, fucking Reagan did, But, you know, like, I mean, both of them, honestly, you know, showed and proved that, yeah, you could be a showman and win. And politicians since, you know, at least especially since Reagan, have been kind of like, you know, like adapting that, you know, in some way. So, you know, but haven't really been an outright showman, you know, until, you know, Trump. And now at this point, now it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, anyone can be a showman. And now they're coming out left and right. It's like, oh, it's like, oh, God. I wonder if the same thing happened during Reagan's era. Like, you know, this, like, different celebrities and showmans, you know, from the right, you know, started popping up while Reagan was president. I mean, he had 2 terms, so honestly, I feel like it would be more likely. I wonder if that's the case. I mean, because Reagan was an actor, he was in Hollywood and shit, and funny enough, one of the bigger strikes that happened in Hollywood, or at least one of the only few that happened, was actually due to him, and he only did it more or less as a joke. He didn't really do it in a more serious manner. Funny enough. Matthew McConaughey here in Texas soon. Well, funny enough, though, at least I feel like he would at least kind of give somewhat of a fuck. Because he's very pro-weed. Like, that dude smokes weed, like, every morning, I guarantee you. Like, that dude smokes a fat blunt every morning. Like, I mean, if you're Matthew McConaughey, wouldn't you? Like, he would be naked, you know, as he wakes up, just stretch out in that morning sun, just, you know, let just everything basked in the glory. You know, just grab that blunt, you know, just, like, perfectly in that little cigar box, you know, and just, like, you know, take a Zippo ladder, just... Good day to be Matthew McConaughey, alright. And then, you know, he'll go over, you know, to his bongo set, you know, keep that, you know, keep that blunt in there, just start playing the bongos, meditate, just like he, you know, just like that one time when he got arrested in Houston. He'll reminisce. Well, if anyone has not heard the story about when he got arrested for being naked, playing the bongos, smoking weed in Houston, and this is when he was just starting to get famous too, because the cops showed up for a noise complaint, and if anyone hasn't heard this story, especially from his perspective, oh my god, it's funny as fuck. It's legitimately fucking hilarious. At one point, and he apparently attempted it, and he thought he can try to do like a backflip, get his hands in front of him, and fucking like nail it somehow, and like, and apparently he tried this and failed miserably. Like, from at least his account, it happened. It's just like, oh my god, dude. He's just, okay, you gotta hear the story. It's just too fucking good. Like, the story itself is just too fucking good. At least for Matthew McConaughey, he at least legitimately has a soft spot in my head. Perfect representation of my city. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, at least, you know, there's at least every now and then, you know, like Danny DeVito, like, for example, if he ran for, like, Senate, you know, if Danny DeVito did that, I'd be supportive of that. Like, I mean, it's not to say, like, being a celebrity or, like, an actor or something like that inherently means you're just gonna be garbage, but, like, I mean, it probably increases the likelihood, or at least, you know, to be more of kind of a vapid, like, empty, hollow cunt. But, I mean, there's still, you know, some gems out there, you know, like, Danny DeVito is honestly fucking amazing, like, a really pro-union guy, like, I mean, he's been a part of, strikes and, you know, joined the solidarity with workers, especially Amazon workers, recently and shit. Very pro-Bernie dude, like, Danny DeVito is legit based, like, I love Danny DeVito, he's amazing. Can't go wrong with old DeVito, dude. Can't go wrong with him.
And awkward. So, you know,
back to Oz. Back to that schmuck.
Try to meme because he doesn't know what dang animes the peasants like. But regardless, you can't just see John Fetterman ground in the meme war. You've got to participate, right? So regardless, Dr. Oz has tried to, you know, post a couple of dank memes himself. And it didn't go too well. So, for example, he posted a GIF of Zach Galifianakis with the caption, John Fetterman calculating how he will push the Commonwealth towards socialism, but realizing that's not what Pennsylvanians need or want.
I'm noticing, the 446 comments and the 326 likes. I think that's what they call in the Twitter world a ratio. Oof. Oof.
See, he got ratioed into oblivion for this.
Into oblivion.
And people in the Republic.
Yeah, it's literally double. Almost, actually. It's just barely double. Oh my god.
In another tweet, Dr. Oz writes, Friday fact.
Oh, this is even worse. Friday fact. You know, we'll hear that part. Let's just look at the comments and the likes directly. Comments, 4,860. Likes, 1,618. That's well over double. Oh my god. Ooh. What do you think Dr. Oz's chances are? Like 1. Like 1%. Frankly, like, John Fetterman, like, they might as well just give it to him, like, as far as I'm concerned. He just seems like, you know, like, I don't know how Dr. Oz could truly win. Like, I mean, he just, like, he doesn't give a fuck. Like, I mean, he's, like, he literally is ghosting and not responding to Republicans who are in counties where he lost in, who are literally trying to hit him up, being like, we will help you try to win if you would actually respond to us. It just isn't. So it's just like, Dr. Oz ain't gonna fucking win. Like, he literally is a Republican Hillary Clinton. Like, he's just expecting people to, like, just Pokemon go to the polls for snake oil, and just, it ain't gonna work. Like, I mean, like, maybe via, like, you know, like, just out of his name recognition alone, like, even with that, like, I just don't see him winning. Like, John Fetterman literally is just, like, constantly either online or in political ads, just relentlessly just, like, just shoving it down everyone's gullet, you know, about what he's about. While Dr. Oz is just like, oh my god, this Fetterman. Oh, he wants to be friends with people like Bernie Sanders. He's a socialist. Like, he wants to just do this shit, but it literally is not going anywhere. It's as if people of Pennsylvania probably do want, you know, more socialistic values, and probably do want more, like, pro-worker values and shit like that. Because if that's what you're trying to masquerade this whole boogly shit is, then, well, you know what? The people want it then. So, get fucked. I think that's his goal, win by name recognition, and I just don't think that's gonna work. Because at this point, I feel like John Fetterman has better name recognition in Pennsylvania than Oz at this point. Like, just because, you know, like I say, he just keeps pushing it. Like, he just keeps pushing himself down on everybody, you know, when it comes to different political ads, the memes, you know, just being very proactive of, you know, being a voice and just showing himself to be the average common person. I mean, so it's just like, and not just do that, but also have a track record, because he's also held different political positions in the past, of actually fucking walking the walk. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, I feel like he just has more of a name recognition now at this point, even compared to Oz in Pennsylvania. So, I just don't see that happening.
Be his sidekick.
I mean, that's why. I mean, I'm gonna after this, I'm gonna stop pausing it. But like, I mean, it's just why I think, honestly, just John Fetterman's gonna win. Like, I just feel like if the election was like today, he would win. And I think if it happened when it's going to happen, John Fetterman's gonna win. I don't see how Oz, unless he somehow all of a sudden start giving a fuck, is gonna win. I think most people might see Crazy Doctor. I say that, but Trump did win a term. Lol. Yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, I just don't see it. Not with Oz. He doesn't have the same spunk like Trump does. And also, he turned his back on him a little bit, and that also isn't really doing him favors either. Like, Dr. Oz is doing pretty much everything to essentially blunder himself. So, I mean, I don't know what he's able to do at this point to actually, you know, like, win. Like, I mean, he's dug his own grave now at this point.
Bernie in the Senate. Now, not only did he get ratioed again, but people pointed out how he himself befriended Bernie Sanders when he brought Bernie Sanders on his show. So on one hand, you can't just ignore
I was mentioning that earlier.
That's being waged, because it's hilarious and it's making you look like a clown.
Hey!
But when he tries to respond, it doesn't go well. And this is somebody who has millions of followers on Twitter, and for all of the tweets that he gets ratioed in, this shouldn't happen when you have that many fans, apparently. But regardless, you know, what he's putting down, people aren't picking up. But John Fetterman, I think, has definitively won the meme war by doing something that is so creative that I've never seen a politician.
Serfs, plebs, lords and nobles and knights, John Fetterman has indeed won the meme war. Huzzah! Huzzah! Just the mass huzzahs intensify. Huzzah! Huzzah! He has won the meme-wars!
He booked a cameo from Snooki of the Jersey Shore and had her send Dr. Oz a message. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Cameo, basically this is a service where you can pay a celebrity to send a message to someone. You can either have
my god, I love this, especially because on Deep Fat Fried, there's a meme about Andy Dick that kind of circulates within the podcast. And at one point, somebody who's a fan of the show paid a cameo for Andy Dick to Scotty, one of the co-hosts of the show. And oh my god, to this day, it's the most greatest fucking thing ever, because Andy Dick is just like in some random place, probably in fucking Vegas, some random hotel. His coke dealer's in the background, randomly every now and then saying, "Fuck you, Scotty." Just straight up doing that, being very aggressive and hostile. And like at one point, it's just like, Andy Dick, it's just like, "You need to get over your addiction for Spam, Scotty." And just like, "You know what, here, I'm gonna go grab a can of Spam," and walks away, probably snorts some coke, comes back, and grabs like Juanitas or some shit, enchilada sauce, like green enchilada sauce. Not even a can of Spam. And he's like, "See? Spam!" And he starts like sloshing it around, and it's like, oh my god, dude. Oh my god, okay. You know what, after this, we gotta check it out, dude. Every time I die laughing to it.
Birthday, send them well wishes, good luck, congratulations, whatever you want. Now, Snooki charges $300, so John Fetterman...
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. I wouldn't pay that much to fucking, like, do Snooki. I think, like, Andy Dick's $100. Like, at least for Andy Dick, that'd be worth... I paid $300 for Andy Dick cameo, but not, like, for Snooki. Oh god. Man, I feel bad, for the coffers of John Fetterman for having to at least dip it into that. But you know what? That's the price so you might pay for the meme wars. Sometimes there's a true cost into the victories in the war.
Go to Dr. Oz, and I've got to say, this
noble sacrifices
take a look.
Must be made.
Hey, Maymad. This is Nicole Snooki. And I'm from Jersey Shore. I don't know if you've seen of it before.
Oh my god, okay, like, what is her specific type of plastic surgery? Like, what is going on? Okay, it's Snooki. Like, honestly, I'm thinking of the South Park's, like, Snooki wants snoo, and I'm just like, oh god, dude, it really lives up. South Park truly lived it up. Oh god.
Reality show, basically, and I enjoy life. But I heard that you moved from New Jersey to Pennsylvania to look for a new job. And personally, I don't know why anyone would want to leave Jersey, because it's... I
can think of like 8,000 reasons, and unfortunately, you might not like it, but you're one of them.
And we're all hot messes. But
that's why, yes, you're a hot mess.
I know you're away from home and you're in a new place, but Jersey will not forget you. I just want to let you know, I will not forget you. And don't worry, because you'll be back home in Jersey soon. This is only temporary. So good luck. You got this, and Jersey loves you. Mwah.
Mwah. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh my god. Yeah, Dr. Oz, since you live in New Jersey, like, yeah, that's what you get. You get to be associated with that. So, yeah, I try to forget Jersey. Honestly, I do too. Like, I kind of forget Jersey exists because it's just kind of, like, morphed into, like, the rest of the states that surround it. Like, I remember Rhode Island more than New Jersey. Like, let New York, let all the other surrounding states just, like, pardon off New Jersey, and then we can, like, make it 49 states, but then we can make it 50 again with Puerto Rico. And then, you know what, we can actually, like, District 5, maybe, like, some of the southern states, too, and, like, maybe some of these other territories we have, we could just make them states, too, as well. So we don't have to really change the flag. We just, like, for every state that we add, we just, federalize the southern state. I mean, so then at that point, we don't have to change the flag at all. We don't have to really, do that much, with foo-foo on that, so, I think it would be at least a good compromise. I don't know.
Now, this is a couple of days old now, so I'm assuming most of you have seen this.
No, first time, but I loved it.
so many times, and every single time it is perfect. So there's certain things.
I also kind of wish John Fetterman is just like, and I wish you some snoo there, Mehmet, or something like that. Like, oh my god, Doc of the Taco Bell MC, what up? I said what's up earlier, and you just kind of like never said anything back, Rip. What the hell? Just don't merge us with Louisiana. I don't plan on that. I said federalize them, so it'll just be the District of Louisiana. It'll be the DL. The DL, dude. Hey, like that. Down low, the fucking DL, dude. Hell yeah. I mean, honestly, like, Louisiana can at least qualify for a state still. They got New Orleans. Until that sinks in the ocean, I mean... like, I mean, they can still qualify for a state. I mean, they got Mardi Gras, New Orleans. I mean, they have some exemptionary qualifications, I think. Texas, we can make city-states, so we'll just make city-states of places like Houston, Dallas, and shit. And, Tennessee, I mean, same thing. Nashville, like there's some places in Tennessee that are still kind of aight. Because I mainly say just because of things like music culture and shit like that. Like Nashville's got a very strong music culture there, music scenes of all sorts. From rock, country, blues, punk, shit like that. So fuck Houston and Dallas somehow. I want to, yeah, like, is Dallas ran shittily and kind of a shithole because of that? Yes. Like, are the things inherently about Dallas, like, that are in it bad? No. Like, the fucking Ross Perot Museum is pretty fucking dope as fuck. Like, I mean, I've had some of the food around there and shit. It's pretty good and pretty dope. Like, I mean... There's some stuff about Dallas that I actually think are pretty fucking dope. Like, I mean, like, I ain't gonna just outright say fuck Houston or fuck Dallas. I mean, especially Houston. Like, Houston's another one of the cities that have a hella strong music scene and music culture there. I mean, it's like, I can't just say fuck it because of that. Oh. It's like, oh, well, should they have all these other, like, these hella qualities, so just fuck them. It's like, It's like saying because Portland has, like, a mass homeless problem and, like, a drug problem, it's just like, oh, well, yeah, fuck it. It's like, Houston got some good Vietnamese food. So right-wing ruined the country for everyone else. But a lot of places, like in Houston and Dallas, aren't inherently ran by the fucking far-right-wing dipshits. Like, they tend to be a lot more liberal in comparison to the rest of the states. Or the rest of the state, I should say. What the fuck are you doing? You really want another treat? Seriously? Fine, here. I mean, it's just like, respect is earned on its own. Texas has nothing to earn my respect. Well, Texas? I mean, the cities themselves, like, I'm taking the cities as, like, in themselves. I mean, Texas, yeah, like, fuck Texas. I mean, but, like, the different stuff about, like, Dallas and, like, Houston and shit like that, like, when it comes to a lot of, like, the music culture and different food and some of the museums, stuff like that, it's pretty dope. I mean, same with New Orleans. I mean, Louisiana is shit, but New Orleans is pretty dope. Got a lot of fucking cool things, like the French Quarter, Mardi Gras, like all sorts of cool things. Music, all sorts of strong music blends and cultures and shit. Like, a lot of jazz and blues is founded there. Bull. Sweet little bull. Oh, this sweet little thing. You sweet little thing. Yes. I honestly don't care about that one from us. Oh my god. Like, I mean, I'm not talking about the politics of the states and the fucking, like, politicians. I'm just talking about, like, the, like, things that you would do as an average person in these places and, and shit. When it comes to just, like, being there and things to do and places to check out and what the fuck. Like, cause obviously when it comes to, like, that shit, like, yeah, when it comes to the fucking GOP and, you know, fundamental rights being threatened, like, I'm gonna be there with the arm, my gun, fucking, you know, defending that shit, and, you know, till I fucking die, as far as I'm concerned. Like, if, you know, the fucking GOP and these fascists want decorum, they're gonna get it from my cold dead body. Especially when they're gonna fucking, you know, do the whole, you know, like, my cold dead hands with their whole fucking gun right bullshit, then, hey, right back at you, motherfucker. So, I mean, when it comes to that shit, I got no qualms. Or enable their fucked up economy. Like, what, I mean, oh my god. I'm talking about just, like, you know, if you were, like, being there and shit. Like, holy, like, get that down! Down! Like, you can take, you know, the politics out of just, like, you know, and, you know, take the town or a city in itself in a vacuum outside of a state or the politics of the region. Which is what I'm doing when talking about these places. Like, I could look at New Orleans or Houston or Dallas or Nashville or these places, or, like, Savannah, Georgia, or like, fucking, Charlottesville, these different places, and look at them in a vacuum, you know, in the mass fucking red fascistic theocratic shithole that they happen to live in and happen to be a part of. Fuck the loss of Texas supply to cities in Texas. I ain't disagreeing with that. I'm just talking about just like the various different things that, you know, like when it comes to when, you know, like the museums or like different food or like music and stuff like that. Like when it comes to like just being a person that lives there, like it's gonna be fucked up because of the politicians and shit like that. Because if anything, really my point is that if, you know, a lot of, you know, like what our grievances of these places are, you know, are about, you know, were absolved and weren't a problem. I mean, if anything, these places that do have a lot of these cool positives would be exemplified even more and being, you know, pumped up even further. Because, you know, they wouldn't have such a fucking regressive, you know, backwoods ass fucking Christian Talibanic fucking fascistic, you know, government, you know, trying to regress them back into some weird, like, Salem witch trial-esque fucking feudalistic shitscape. So more important to me. Well, I mean, they are to me too. It's not like, you know, I fucking want to, like, you know, definitely go back to Texas or any of that shit now at this point. Like, honestly, if I had an invitation to go to Texas at this rate, I'd be like, honestly, I kind of have better things at this rate in my mind. Like, I'm not going to be in a state that literally treats women like they're fucking chattel. So, no. I mean, before then, it's like, I mean, I had at least, you know, maybe, like, you know, more obligational aspects, but at this point, like, I'm not even gonna give, yeah, like, at that point, I'm still not gonna give a fuck at this rate. Like, yeah, maybe, you know, before the whole Roe v. Wade thing, but especially knowing what a lot of their fucking positions are about it, shit would be way too heated if I got down there. Fleeing Texas en masse, there was a massive thread on Reddit about it, people have the means are getting out. And frankly, honestly, even the people that really don't have the means should fight to get the means and, you know, and try to get the hell out of there. And by fight, I don't mean, like, literally, but, you know, just, like, push and fight, you know, to try to make sure that they can get whatever means possible to do so. Hell, if it means, you know, getting a Greyhound bus and hitting up some family or friends or some shit like that, you know, potentially in a state that's at least legal, you know, when it comes to a lot of things that they want to have access to and shit, because, God forbid, they have legal access and autonomy to their own fucking body. So easy for these white, old, aristocratic fucks, you know, to, you know, dictate what women ought to do with their fucking bodies. I'm not even a woman. But it's just like they still deserve to have their basic fucking autonomy. To provide relocation assistance for people being persecuted in Texas and other states. Absolutely. Like, fuck. I mean, there should be a vanguard to make sure that these people are protected, because you know fucking goddamn well there's going to be legit vigilantes, because a lot of these different states also have fucking laws that basically incentivize civilians basically be their own vigilante squads to do fucking bounty hunting. So if they catch people that might, or catch women that might be crossing state lines, they can rat them out and get a monetary reward for prosecuting them. So honestly, at this point, there is 100% very likely unironic vigilante squads patrolling around, you know, wandering and fishing and being like, are there some women in there? You know, we could probably, you know, call in a report to see if, you know, maybe they're going crossing state lines and getting an abortion. You know, they're not going to notice that we're potentially, you know, going to rat them out, because we just look like average Joes on the highway too. Oh, we look over and say hi and wave, but we're kind of being suspect about you. That's how these motherfuckers will roll. And then, you know, an hour or so later, all of a sudden, the lights pull up and be like, man, where you going tonight? Where you going today? Because it's unconstitutional, states can't fuck with free movement of goods and people. Do you think that's going to stop these vigilantes from doing that? And do you think, honestly, the state police, especially, of these states are going to give a fuck? And frankly, do you think, as far as I'm concerned, Biden's word means fucking shit? Like, Biden's word is not even worth wiping my ass with. So, unless he actually gets the federal National Guard or, like, the fucking federal government and actual, like, FBI or some shit to crack down on this shit and start patrolling the highways of these fucking states that have abortion bans themselves as the federal government, then I don't want to hear fucking shit from him. Like, unless he actually puts his fucking boot on the ground when it comes to Biden, I don't want to hear fucking shit about that motherfucker. You know what? Here, I'll pull the screen down. Because just, like, he ain't gonna do shit. Like, whatever he does now is literally just virtue signal, like, just pandering, oh, here, this will placate you for, like, a week. Until another issue rises up and you're all pissed at me again. Because, oh, I'm old, dementia-addled Mummy Joe. The fucking coelacanth in chief. Federal National Guard or state level. Well, you know what I meant. Like, you know, fucking, like, I mean, it's like sending, like, federal troops if that has to be the case and shit. Like, I mean, like, I mean, obviously not National Guard, but, like, you know, federal, like, troops that happen to be stationed in different, like, states and shit. You know, send them on patrols, domestically. They have every right to. The federal government 100% has every right to fucking, you know, domestically, you know, patrol, you know, U.S. territory. I mean, they're, like, if anything, that's part of the kind of requirement of the jurisdiction, especially when you get logistics across. U.S. Marshals and FBI, the agencies it would be. I mean, if Biden especially wanted to make a real fucking point, he would also have, like, yeah, I'm also going to have, you know, a couple battalions of, you know, Army forces, you know, basic infantry, you know, that are going to patrol, you know, and make sure that people are not doing this bounty hunt shit. Nor fucking collaborations, you know, from state police with that. Hell, against the law, Trump tried to break the law with that and absolutely opposed Biden doing the same. Military gas, domestic police. I mean, if these states are going to pretty much act on their own fucking accord and essentially, you know, go fundamentally against the entire federal government, I think it's within a government's federal government's jurisdiction to enforce the supremacy clause and make sure these states, you know, fucking concede and, you know, come to heel. U.S. Marshals and FBI are proper agencies. Well, fund the fuck out of it. And make sure that those funding is strictly for this shit. Like, you know, like, have a specialized, you know, like, department, you know, dedicated, you know, for U.S. Marshals and FBI to collaborate with at that point. Instead of Congress not buying. Oh, well, of course we could rely on Congress to get it done. That's why at this rate I don't necessarily fucking acknowledge the authority or legitimacy of the federal government anymore. State government, sure. Federal government, nah. I don't really acknowledge its legitimacy. I guess enough to make sure that I pay the taxes and stuff like that. But beyond that, Nah. Alright, dude, take it easy. Gotta head out. Let's go champion. No worries, gringo. It's good seeing you too, man. Hope the job hunting gets better for you. Biden needs to bring a federal charge against the Texas Attorney General. He's using his office space to state charges against him. Yeah. I mean, and frankly, he needs to also do some probably investigations on Abbott as well. And while we're at it, Joe Manchin and probably like half the Democratic Party and pretty much the entire Republican Party too as well. And pretty much, you know, at least get maybe potentially at least a good quarter of that fucking party, you know, potentially tried for treasonous action. If they try to outlaw contraceptives or any other bullshit. Oh, go sovereign citizen status with that shit, huh? You know what? I don't disagree with you, man. I really don't. I'm honestly like, you know, I really have like half the mind of a sovereign citizen, basically, where I'm like, you know what, fuck the government, I refuse to pay taxes a bit, I refuse to recognize it. Like, I'll pay state taxes all day and night, like, I don't give a fuck. State at least, you know, the Oregon at least gives a shit, but like, fucking, or at least enough, but like, the Fed, like, shit, I still need to pay, you know, the like last 2 years, and frankly, it's just like, I mean, my incentive is getting less and less. I mean, what the fuck are they gonna do at this rate? Like, I mean, they do shit as it is. I guess, like, the one agency you don't fuck with is the IRS. So I suppose I should probably make sure it gets done. A little late for it this year, I suppose, but, whatever. Who really gives a fuck? Not even sovereign citizen, I would pay state taxes. My position would be federal government is corruptly illegitimate. I mean, that's kind of what sovereign citizens believe. I mean, they don't believe the legitimacy of the federal government because it's illegitimate and corrupt, you know, usually. I mean, obviously, you know, they, you know, unlike, you know, what we're talking about, like, an actual sovereign citizen literally just doesn't pay taxes, period. That includes local and state taxes. However, you know, like I would, I'd pay state taxes and shit like that. You know, and my local taxes and, you know, my union dues and all that shit. But, like, I mean, federal taxes, I mean, most of it goes into, like, military imperialistic expenditure anyway. So, like, I mean, why should I give a fuck about paying their, you know, pay my share to that? I would definitely continue to pay state taxes. Yeah. I guess federal sovereign citizens, like, or, like, anti-federalist citizens or something. I mean, there should be, like, a separate term for, like, people who are, like, pretty much, like, half sovereign citizens, where, like, reject federal taxes, but paid state taxes. Like, pseudo-sovereign citizens, like, federalist sovereign citizens? I don't know. I don't know what would be the phrasing for that. A state nationalist, Lamau? A state nationalist? Nation statist? No, I don't know. I don't know what would be the term for it. A state nationalist doesn't necessarily make sense. I'm not a nationalist either, though. Yeah, see, that doesn't... Because when I think nationalist, I'm thinking, like, a lot of these, like, Republican GOP types and shit, you know? So it's just like... I mean, I could think of things I could, you know, be patriotic about, and I think a lot of the dissent and, you know, a lot of, like, the rebellion against, you know, the government shit, I personally think, you know, has an element of being patriotic and anti-citizen. I mean, not necessarily anti-citizen, because you still are a citizen of the state, and, you know, because you're still paying state taxes. Like, I still like, honestly, like, especially when it comes to national identity or whatever the fuck you want to qualify that shit, like, for me, it's being either like an Oregonian or like a Cascadian or some shit like that first. Like, I don't really see myself as American, you know, more so than I see myself as an Oregonian. Like, I seem, because honestly, I recognize my identity more so with Oregon, more so, or like the Pacific Northwest or Cascadia as a biome, more so than the fucking government of America. Like, honestly, like, I kind of have, like, this, you know, distaste, you know, when I'm like, I'm American. I mean, even then, I just kind of felt revolted to the West Coast and to the US of A. Honestly, I'll be okay with, like, a Pacific States of America. Like, I mean, honestly, like, if there was, like, a West Coast, including, you know, honestly, Alaska and Hawaii included, I mean, you know, I'll be okay. Even if Alaska's somewhat more conservative than the rest of the West Coast, I mean, I'd be okay with that. I mean, it's just like, you know, even with that, it's just like, I mean, if, like, the entire, essentially, like, the western element of the U.S., you know, with, like, from Hawaii, Alaska, California, Oregon, Washington, like, if they all seceded and became, like, the Pacific States of America, or, like, the, you know, the United Pacific States or some shit like that, I mean, honestly, I'd absolutely be, I'd be fine with that. Like, I'd be in supportive of a movement like that. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a Cascadian movement or like a Pacific state specifically type of thing, but if, you know, but like some sort of like kind of a nation state, you know, type of thing. You know, I could kind of, you know, see something like that working out. Alaska probably wouldn't be interested. It would definitely take a popular vote by their citizens. Yeah, I could kind of see them being persuaded, though, because of, like, the economic agricultural benefit that would come from California with the export that could come from helping supply Alaska with some food. So, I mean, they only care about oil. Independent West Coast would definitely work to address climate change. True. I mean, I feel like that could change. You know, that's something that can be pressured and changed over time. But yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, in a more immediate sense, like as like an initial establishment, sure, yeah, because I mean, it's gonna take a while for especially the local people around there to, you know, change their mind and change their tune. But I think honestly, a lot of that, you know, should be about like, not really saying that, oh, hey, we're gonna, you know, we have to take away this type of element. It's, you know, a lot of it should be about, like, you know, introducing them, you know, just being like, hey, here's, you know, new opportunities, you know, for extra benefit, you know, when it comes to job opportunity and industry that can help expand up here. You know, and don't even necessarily have to couch, like, the, you know, necessity of, like, you know, taking away the oil industry. It's just that, like, you know, it just kind of happens along with that, you know, and if people kind of wonder what the fuck, and it's like, well, hey, we have options and trade programs and retraining and, you know, job programs that, you know, are easily accessible, and if anything, there's incentive and, hell, like, I mean, grants or cash benefit to help, you know, get people reinstated into different industries and shit. But it's a more of a longer term thing and obviously more complicated than it sounds, so it's just like easier said than done, basically. Because I think, I don't know what it's like when it comes to like winds and shit like that. I mean, well, at least I know at least certain times of the year solar would actually be pretty beneficial in Alaska, because I know like I think during like the summertime and shit, like, you know, it's mostly like sunlight up, you know, up in places like in Alaska and shit for most of the day. So things like solar would actually be pretty beneficial, at least for some parts of the year. And, you know, winds, I mean, can definitely be pretty decent. I don't know what it's like when it comes to things like geothermal and things like that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm skeptical about Alaska. I'm also skeptical about Hawaii for different reasons. They could probably push for full independence. They could be easier to convince, though, because of food and goods from the mainland. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can see Hawaii pushing for total independence and becoming like, you know, like you know, like the democratic, you know, Hawaiian state, or like, you know, or something like that. Yeah, so I can see them being their own thing, you know, as well, you know. So, and honestly, that I think will be able to work out because they can, you know, use benefit, you know, when it comes to commerce with things like tourism and shit like that. And when it comes to more exotic style type of goods and certain agriculture in that sense, but also get a lot of you know, good coming in when it comes to a lot of imports, when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to food and other goods. Try to keep Hawaii and the U.S. because of the massive military base there. Honestly, like, conservatives can, you know, like, you could just tell them, like, hey, America has, like, military bases in plenty of other independent nations. You can keep it there, and Hawaii can still be independent. Like, you could just be like, you can keep it there, and Hawaii can still be a country. How about that? Like, you know, because, yeah, I know Pearl Harbor is there, and I'm sure there's probably, like, one other military base, if I'm not mistaken. But, like, you know, Like, I mean, how many fucking military bases do we have in place, like in Germany, Japan, and shit like that? So, I think most conservatives would be happy to see California, Oregon, Washington leave, though. Of course. Like, I mean, fuck, I've literally seen comments online about how there are some far-right fascistic conservative fucks that literally want to fucking drop an ICBM or a fucking Moab bomb on fucking Portland. Like, I mean, it's like, dude, there's, like, I mean, I can't even tell you how many comments, like, if you look at that, like, when Trump dropped the Moab in Afghanistan, like, if you look at the YouTube video of that and look through the comments, like, at least when I saw it last time, like, at least a third of the top comments were straight up like, I wish we could drop this on Portland. And it's like, well, if I saw you and you happen to be in Portland, I wouldn't really hesitate to Minecraft you in the face. Because you're utterly deranged and utterly psychotic and fucking insane and probably should go to the sun and never come back. Those guys are fucking deranged. Yeah. You know, it's my point. They're deranged. Well, Shield on out, so some big bases also. And also a lot of military contracts and manufacturing with Boeing, which is stationed in and around Seattle. Propose the idea that that places that we have military bases should get a say in the election. Yeah, they should. I think get a lot of support for it. Well, they should. At very least, like the towns, or at least like the general region, you know, the local area that they happen to be in, and whoever happens to be on base. Yes. Which I think that already happens to be the case, but not everyone on base is an American. Or at least an American citizen. So... Goofy dork. Oh, little Zukov. Sky News. Breaking. Real wages fall by 3.9% as pay fails to keep up with inflation. Gee, no shit. Oh. Oh wow, the first comment, I love it. But of course, anyone striking and trying to ensure they don't get a pay cut is utterly evil. Utterly evil. Bunch of pinko communist terrorists. Try to destroy the great foundation of that free market there, brother. I tell you what, those fucking communists trying to strike. I remember in that Harlan County, USA, like one of the fucking, scabs and fucking gun thugs that was also like a hyper fucking racist piece of shit in the documentary was, basically one of his quotes is like, these communists, they're everywhere in this country and they try to destroy what's great about it. It's like, these unionists are communists, some of these politicians are communists. It's like a lot of these strikers, communists, like, and they're all just trying to destroy, a good, honest life of what we were making here, and all this other shit. And of course, he's a gun thug, and also, sees, black folk as a lesser and shit, because, a part of the documentary, he, at one night, him and a bunch of other gun thug scabs and shit start shooting off in the early morning at a bunch of strikers, who are ready, just sitting there striking, to block the path, for them to get into the factory, or get into the mine, I should say. And, of course, they start taking shots and shit, and, of course, a lot of the strikers have a couple black folk with them, who are striking, and they get directly, specifically targeted, more so than the rest of them, and get more directly shot at in comparison. I mean, obviously no one was hurt, luckily, but you know, it's and this is all with cameras running too, and fucking basically, you know, it's like get that. And, you know, just going off and, you know, trying to, like, you know, basically target the black folk who are striking into the crowd and shit when they're doing this. And basically the next is, that following morning when they had a meeting at the hall, you know, all the workers are like, you know what, yeah, we probably need to start bringing guns ourselves because they're just shooting at us at this point. So I'd rather not just die unarmed. If I am, I'm at least going to start shooting back because fuck these scabs. Like, I mean, they're going to start shooting at us, calling some of us, you know, average Joe folk who are, you know, who happen to be black, you know, just a bunch of, you know, N-word, and we're just like, I'm sick of it, you know, fuck these people. And I was like, also, you know, a woman who was saying that, who was a, you know, very strong woman too, who, from what I understand, fortunately passed away now at this point, but she basically didn't give a fuck. Like, I mean, she was like strong arm, you know, fucking like sassy as hell, like just had like, you know, all this other charm without the conservative bullshit, basically. I mean, she was just, like, awesome. I mean, at one point, she pours out this fucking .38 revolver, literally right out of in between her breasts and shit, just like, yeah, I'm, you know, it's like, I'm packing this, like, it's like, you know, after that shooting stuff, you know, I'd say, you know, like, you know, after that, I'd say you're kind of foolish to not bring, you know, something like this. It's like, you used to, you know, only bring, like, you know, a bat or a switchblade, but now I say you're foolish to not bring a gun now at this rate. You know, just because, you know, after getting shot at, you know, just, casually by these motherfuckers, like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I would at least, you know, the next day I'm striking, come back too. It'd be like, yeah, now I got my 12 gauge. You really want to start shooting at us with your little 38s and your 45 fucking pistols, bitch? You really want to try it out again? And they tried, and of course, you know, they they park, you know, on the side of the road like a block away, and you know, the main dude, you know, starts kind of walking up being like, oh, they all got their pistols and rifles trained over here. Oh, well, and he has like his hand on his hip, you know, ready to draw himself, just like, oh shit, well, better turn around and maybe kind of get the sheriff on board on, you know, get involved. And the sheriff does. And guess what the sheriff wants? He wants to fucking, you know, he wants a bribe. Like, he literally is just like, hey, you know, you gotta move your vehicles and all that type of shit. And obviously, they won't. You know, these strikers are just refusing to do that. And just like, no. I mean, if anything, last night they fucking shot at us. So if anything, you know, like, you have a warrant, you should be using that warrant to fucking deal with his ass and fucking be arresting him for what he was doing the other night, discharging and, you know, negligently shooting at people. It's like, you should be going after him. And he's like, oh, well, I might consider that if you pay me. And they're just like, oh, you know what, you know, take all the change in our pockets for all we give a damn, you know, go, you know, just fucking do it, you know, and they did. You know, and they're just like, because he was bribing them. Like, you know, you think, oh, you can't bribe a cop. Well, this sheriff didn't give a fuck, and he was on camera too. I mean, all this is on the documentary, and it's like, and it's fucking shocking. Like, honestly. And this is back in, like, 72. I mean, not, realistically, not that fucking long, like, 50 years ago. That was 50 years ago. I mean, so realistically, not that long ago. If you really think about it, I mean, you think shit's changed? I mean, yeah, maybe there isn't, you know, like the scabs, you know, these days might not necessarily, you know, shoot you one morning and shit, you know, because you've been striking for months on end. But, I mean, frankly, there's been definitely different cases, you know, during strikes in the past year or so. I remember the John Deere strikes, or also with, a couple of strikes that were happening with Kellogg's, and some of them were in Portland as well. And there were some people who were getting injured, and by cops, no less, you know, and shit. You know, because cops are trying to break their strike. Basically, essentially, to allow scabs through. You know, so it's like there's been different cases where even today, this shit happens. You know, it's not necessarily to the total extreme, luckily, and hopefully it doesn't, where, you know, it's like scabs or, you know, cops might, you know, start taking pot shots and shit. But that's, you know, very, very alive and well when it comes to the labor movement, and it's definitely something to consider, because, I mean, if it's happened even in more recent history when it comes to labor and shit, I mean, there ain't nothing stopping these scabs and gun thugs and shit from doing it again. I mean, it's just the decorum and civility of the laws of the land that we have now that kind of prohibits that. Because obviously it wouldn't look good. Especially with the internet, with, you know, the amount of social media that we have today. So, it's a lot more withheld of certain shit like that. But, especially when it comes to cops, even then, they don't give a fuck. It's only a matter of time when there's like a very massive national, like very vibrant strike that's going on, to where a lot of these fucking cops, you know, are going to start doing some shit to where, you know, the public perception of shit is going to really change, you know, pretty quick when it comes to something like that. Because it's getting to a boiling point as it is now. Given the fact Walmart essentially hires slave labor, I don't really feel bad for them. Wait, what's this? Come on. Hold up. Walmart loses $3 billion to theft each year, and if we all pitch in, we can help get that number a lot higher this year. Based. Hell yeah, dude. Honestly, unfortunately, the Walmart that I'm nearby tends to have pretty decent security, because obviously it's in a high theft area as it is. So it's like I couldn't really do that very well. I suppose I could do that with some shit. Some stuff, maybe. Like, maybe a couple small items and shit, you know, in between some more bigger items I can buy. But I already do my part as it is. Just not with Walmart. Won't say what, though, just to preserve, you know, things like a job. Depends on what type of conservative. Wait, what? Oh, Rose. Do you think children raised in a conservative household is inherently abusive? I think it is, and my reasoning is that those kind of parents don't really deal with children's problems in a healthy way, aka beating it out of them. Yeah, I mean, it does kind of, yeah, I kind of agree with Rip. It kind of depends on the type of conservative. Religious indoctrination is pretty abusive. Boomers talking about fiscal responsibility generally isn't. Is this a challenge, mofos, Harley? I mean, honestly, I tend to agree, because my upbringing was kind of a mixture of that. Like, my mom was kind of the religious side. My dad was the more fiscal responsibility side. So, my dad wasn't really that abusive. I mean, outside of maybe, like, some disciplinary shit, you know, every now and then. Of course, being autistic doesn't know necessarily how to respond to that type of stuff, so, you know, occasionally he probably wouldn't necessarily do it the proper way, you know, like with severe spankings or some shit like that, you know, but my mom was the same way, though, so it's just like, I mean, if anything, he, you know, some of his conservative elements, you know, that would be, I guess, especially kind of considered abusive, you know, now would probably be, more so just because of the upbringing, more so than, like, fundamentalism or something. For my mom, probably the conservative Christianity bent, at least for her. But it wasn't, like, at least, like, physical shit. It was just more psychological, like, you know, Christian doctrinationary bullshit. I mean, luckily not to, like, in a fundamentalist extreme sense, but definitely, you know, like, you know, it was still there. And honestly, you know, even then, I still feel kind of privileged that I didn't get such an abusive upbringing than a lot of people that grow up in Christian households. Because, honestly, like, what I hear about other, you know, accounts, either personally or online, when it comes to Christian upbringings and shit, it's fucked. Like, I went through, like, Candyland, basically, you know, for all things considered. You know, so, I mean, I still understand its root issues and shit, but I never got the true blunt of it, luckily. But, unfortunately, not many people are that lucky. It could be kind of emotionally abusive, though. Oh, it was. Like, when I first came out as bisexual to my mom, she literally started crying and breaking down, literally saying, like, where did I go wrong? Which also kind of implies that there's something wrong with me because she didn't do something right. And thus kind of also implies guilt to you, too, psychologically. And I kind of, you know, even in the moment, I was just kind of like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you know, it's like, why are you trying to think, you know, you did something wrong and made me the way I am? Like, I'm just this. Like, you didn't have control in this shit, you know? It's like, I mean, you know, but the emotional abuse, though, is still there. And I was also in front of a counseling session, too. Like, my dad was there and the counselor. So she was doing that, you know, despite, you know, in a more, like, counselor-based type of thing. And, you know, it's like, and even my counselor kind of caught it, but obviously being a counselor was saying, like, well, it wasn't you that did anything wrong in this case. I mean, you know, what you did to, you know, bring him up as a child had nothing to do with him being bisexual. That's just how he developed and grew up to be, because that's just what his interests are in. Like, she explained it and eventually kind of got her to be more, like, collected and, you know, calm down, basically. But, I mean, when she first initially heard the news, she fucking, like, broke the fuck down. And it was, like, at least 5 minutes, you know, of that before she started calming the fuck down. And it was just like, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? And that's just, I mean, that's not really the worst. I mean, like, I think, honestly, some of it was, the worst was really a lot when she kind of realized I was a furry, funny enough. Because around that time, that's also when, obviously, puberty was going on, and I was also very fucking promiscuous. Very especially because hormones and all that shit. I mean, you know how puberty is. Like, everyone knows at this point. Like, right? So, obviously, being a Christian you know, at least, you know, a soft Christian fundie, she's one hell of crack down on shit like that. So, obviously, when she sniffs it out, like, I mean, she would be hella fucking, like, she would basically ground me if I, like, you know, would have, like, a phone, basically, because she would be so paranoid that I'd be looking up, like, some degeneracy and stuff that would taint me and fucking, you know, like, you know, or whatever the fuck. And it's just like, because she wants to keep her, like, precious little angel innocent baby or whatever, and she still thinks that. It's like, get the fuck over it now. Like, honestly, that in itself is kind of psychologically abusive to themselves, you know, also. Because it's like, if you're trying so desperately to keep, like, this innocent baby, you know, of a kid, you know, even when they're, like, straight up an adult, you know, it's just like, I mean, you're also psychologically abusing yourself at that point. You gotta learn to eventually, like, let that go. Like, reminisce and obviously enjoy the memories of that shit. Like, obviously, you know, you want to do that, especially if you're a parent. Like, I mean, nothing against that specifically. But to try to, like, keep that, like, and try to, like, you know, persist and try to, like, still cling on to whatever you can that's left of that, you know, as they're an adult and growing up, you know, and doing their own thing as an independent being like me and shit. It's just like, you gotta drop it now. It's like, I mean, there's nothing wrong, like I said, with reminiscing and being nostalgic and remembering, you know, and shit, because I do that too sometimes. I mean, you know, I remember when I'm a kid growing up, at least, you know, with the memories I do have, and, you know, thinking fondly and shit. I mean, again, there's nothing wrong with it. But she just straight up, like, that's like, I mean, especially when it comes to, like, me or, like, or her kids, mainly, just me and my brother, like, oh my fucking god, I swear, that's, like, half the shit she thinks about. It's like, oh, like, what will they remember, you know, especially when they're, you know, we're little kids and little babies, and what that I want, you know, it's like, oh. It's like, fuck helicopter parenting. No, I agree, fuck helicopter parenting. You're the spirit of animal. There's spirit animal of Karens everywhere. Yep. Is your brother a Christian extremist or a regular asshole? He's a Christian. I don't know about an extremist, but he is definitely kind of a regular asshole, though. I mean, honestly, like, I know, I can assume, and frankly, especially what I do know about him, especially being his brother, like, I mean, I kind of know about his psychology and shit, especially because, honestly, with my mom, too, like, there's some stuff that I just know about him that, honestly, I know why he's an asshole, and frankly, I just wish he'd just get the fuck over a lot of it. Like, a lot of it is he doesn't necessarily feel fulfilled. I mean, I don't want to go for all of it. But, I mean, he doesn't necessarily feel totally fulfilled in his life because he's, you know, not, you know, he still doesn't have, like, a committed relationship, you know, where you can have a family yet. He still hasn't really achieved that, and he's in his mid-30s to late 30s now at this point. And, you know, it's just like he's getting up there and still hasn't, like, gotten what he, you know, like this whole, like, stereotypical, like, you know, oh, you get the family and the white picket fence type of shit that he grew up with and shit, and kind of feels insecure with that, and on top of other shit, like his work, and amongst other things, like, there's a lot of shit that I can kind of, like, dissect, and, you know, kind of, you know, get, you know, why he's kind of an asshole and shit, and, you know, like, because honestly, like, weirdly enough, if he was, like, my age still, I feel like, you know, if I knew him when he was around my age, I feel like he would at least be a lot more of a chiller, kind of cooler person and shit, because, I mean, from what he told me what he was doing, like, kind of growing up and stuff, like, through high school and early on after that and shit, actually sounds pretty legit, rebellious and shit, like, he used to do, like, softcore journalism type of stuff, you know, showing, going to protests as well, like I've done, and he would get shit fucked up, you know, get fucked up by cops too, and, you know, and all this other shit, you know, so it's just like, I mean, in a weird fucking way, like, honestly, like, especially from, like, high school up to, I guess, right about, you know, now, I mean, like, his, like, early adult life isn't really that much different from, or at least mine adult life isn't really much different from how his early adult life was, because he worked at a grocery store as well early on, and, you know, did customer service type of work like I do and shit. Dude, what the fuck, it's weird. Like, we have at least, like, similar early adult lives and shit that we kind of do, but the paths of how they went are just so fucking drastically different, and our worldviews and perspectives about that are just drastically different. It's kind of interesting, honestly. Now I'm just starting to realize that. And also, I mean, I know one thing is that he kind of feels like he wants to try to have, like, you know, a good relationship with me and be close with me and stuff like that, and it's just like, I mean, a lot of it is that you're still kind of, I mean, it's like, you've literally have, like, straight up, like, you know, would try to, like, pretty much break me down psychologically in so many various different ways, and literally try to, like, act like this authority figure over me and shit, you know, especially in my early, you know, especially in, like, the last, like, you know, few years and shit, and think my friends are shit and don't like them, and, you know, it's like, you criticize a lot about, like, me in my life, so it's like, frankly, I mean, if anything, and there's been a lot of times in the past where you do more to push me away, more so than want to, you know, be close, and there's been times where I've tried to open the gap and shit, and frankly, I'm just done doing that, so it's like, it's why I personally don't reach out now at this point. It's like, if he wants to, he can, and I'm willing to respond, but he doesn't. But my mom also say, like, oh, you know, he wonders why you don't ever respond to stuff. It's like, well, he never hits me up. Like, if he texted me or something, yeah, I'll respond and say what's up. But frankly, at this point, I ain't gonna go out of my way for it. I got more important shit to do in my life. I mean, it's just like, fuck. I mean, again, he's definitely, like, a lot of reason why he's an asshole is because he tends to be pretty insecure about a lot of the different things in his life and around it and shit. And it's just like, man, like, what'll it take, man? What, you gotta, like, do some acid or some shrooms or something? Like, shit. You need, like a third eye opening perspective thing or some shit or something, like, 'cause damn. Because he really does have, like, a lot of shit balled up and stuff, and it's just like, bro, this is probably a reason why you aren't necessarily got, like, that many friends. Like, I mean, I don't either. I mean, it's not necessarily a big dog on and shit, but, like, if that's an important thing for you, then it's like, that's probably it. I mean, especially when it comes to relationship aspects. And knowing some of his exes and what they've said about him, like, if you have anger issues and shit and take that out on your fucking partner, then that's kind of a fucking problem. You know, so being kind of abusive, you know, to your partner is a kind of an issue, whether like verbally or physically or otherwise. I mean, it's just like, there's just different things. And it's just like, I mean, it's not like he's a bad dude. Like, I mean, honestly, like, a lot of our interests are actually pretty similar. I mean, and he actually has, I mean, it's not like, I mean, he's like, like an absolute, like, you know, as a personal dude, you know, a total fucking asshole dick, but because he just has, you know, harbors a lot of these feelings and criticisms, mostly about himself, I mean, it's just like, that bottles up and, you know, and expresses itself out on other people, and that just makes him look like an asshole. I mean, it's just like, and it's not like he, like, tries to, because I've seen him when he's not an asshole, and I've seen him when he's actually kind of like a fun, blubbery, kind of goofy dude. I mean, because he's capable of that. I mean, you know, I've seen him where he's actually pretty confident and not insecure about himself and shit, so it's like, it's not like he's incapable of it, and it's not like it's too late for him, you know. I mean, it's not like he's that old. He can still, you know, get a relationship and shit going on and stuff. He just, I mean, he just kind of needs, I don't know, like a pep talk or something. I mean, fuck. I mean, I guess in a sense, it's not like I'm not willing to have that bridge open and shit, because I feel like, you know, in a sense, he probably, you know, could use a lecture like this. Maybe he's gay and hasn't realized that yet. Nah, I don't feel like it, because I've, you know, around the time I was telling about when I came out as bi, one of the first people that my mom told was my brother, and he called me up about it one time, and he's like, yo, look, gay is fine. Like, I mean, if you're gay or bi, that's just who you are. Because, you know, one time I checked it out, you know, I decided to look at, like, you know, gay porno once, and, you know, because I was kind of curious, like, you know, am I into this? And I watched it, and I was like, you know what? No, I'm not. You know, but that's just me. But, you know, if you were, you know, into it, you know, or whatever, hey, that's cool too, man. It's fine, you know, it's like, don't worry about it, bro. So at least for him, he's not like, you know, homophobe or anything like that. So at least that's good. Now, when it comes to like trans issues, I don't know about that. But at least when it comes to, you know, like the LGB, I guess, you know, he's fine with that. But either way, you know, it's like I said, it's not like he's like a absolute piece of shit, but like, man, he just needs to, like, you know, have some more introspection about himself and just not, you know, like, have such an insecure self, you know, critique about himself and shit, because that just really exemplifies, you know, a lot of being an asshole to other people and really taking that out on others. I went back to look at it more times just to make sure. Wait. Wait, did you see this? Wait, what was it? Brett Keen's very murderous death situation. Wait, we're going into some Brett Keen. Wait, Mornax, you're aware of the Keen? You are aware of the manatee? The manatee situation. You out of all people are aware of the manatee. Oh my god. Well, I guess I'm not surprised.
Yeah, eat that, Beelzebub. I pray to you every day, so don't you fuck me, Jesus.
This is 6 years ago?
What the fuck are you doing? No!
KO! Satan wins.
Oh, you suck, Jesus.
No, Radical Maniac was watching it. Ah, so he knows of Brett King.
Alright, well,
Or at least somebody knows of Brett King and send it to him. The manatee situation himself. Oh, yes, the individual.
Come on, man, you've heard this song a million times. Jesus, Brett, turn that freaking song off!
It's CC. It's got Jesus with the lightning situation.
Yeah.
Okay, was that Paul Zico or was that Brett King? Because honestly, Paul Zico from Audiology and DFF, like, dead ass, best Brett King impersonation. Oh yes, the fucking mac and cheese situation. Dorn, I'm gonna beat you if you put no chili in this, you bitch. I mean, it's just like, I mean, he really does. I mean, but like, because goddamn, I really couldn't tell the difference. Was that Paul or was that Brett?
In all of your videos, Brett. And anyway, what's going on, Keen? I'm kind of busy here.
Well, this is Brett Keane from God TV Radio. Make sure and check out my game.
This is Paul.
Channel, Games You Love, and when you get a chance, check out the links in the description. That'll take you to my other channel.
Come on, I don't have time for this.
Also, atheists use vote bots to downrate our...
Paul sounds too energetic to be Brett. I'm pretty sure this is Brett. Or not Paul. Yeah, no, yeah, it is. Thanks to Paul's Ego. Check out his awesome channel. That is Paul's Ego. Based. Dude, Radical. Dude, I don't know if he's still live, but yo, he should check out Paul's Ego, dude. He hasn't really done many ideologies that much, but there's a lot of past ideologies he might enjoy. Like Paul, but like, I mean, he's starting to be enlightened. And then after that, make sure he knows of DFF. Because Deep Fat Fried is amazing.
Please support God believers by thumbing up this video.
I just love how I recognize Paul right off the bat. You did not, Rose, wow, you don't know Paul like I do. I know Paul better than you. I know Paul better than you. Wow. I recognize Paul right off the bat. I was like, is this Paul? And he's just like, and you're just like, nah, sounds too energetic.
It's impossible to thumb up a freaking Skype call. Just get on with it already.
Okay. CC, we have a very individual situation on our hands.
Situation, you say?
And it's
individual situation.
Individual.
Very individual.
King, what's the deal?
Creationist Cat, are you aware of the 4 individuals known as the drunken peasants?
4 of them? Are you
yeah,
Paul
DP.
Chico?
No, that fat fuck is a very insignificant individual situation. I'm talking about...
I meant Paul's impersonation sounds too energetic to be Brett. Oh, well, my bad. I'm a little inebriated, so I misinterpreted. I mean, honestly, I still think it, yeah, I mean, if it really is, you know what, here. No, not the quality. I meant the fucking playback, you bitch. Let's just do this.
Oh, of course. Well, Scotty, shit is the bridge.
Okay, now that just sounds like Vadim is just drunker than shit.
The whole operation.
Well, listen to me carefully, CC.
Okay, that sounds a lot more like Brett.
I think it's time we get rid of these drunken peasants.
Get rid of them?
Okay. If you do it at 0.75, it sounds almost identical to Brett King. Almost.
I didn't say that. I just want them dead.
If you just slow it down, just a tad.
Okay, this is starting to sound more sensible. Why do you feel this way, Brett?
You don't know what TJ has done to my family, CC. He attacks them.
What? Physically?
He has attacked my family.
My water-headed idiot son, a water-headed idiot.
But you just called him a water-headed idiot.
Hold on. Dorn, where's my goddamn mac and cheese? It's 6 o'clock. I want my mac and cheese, and for God's sake, don't forget to dump the sloppy Joe on top this time. Okay, you fart knocker?
Okay. You murder TJ?
CC, you're not listening at all to the situation. TJ is a scammer, and a
scammer situation.
Death alone is simply too easy for him.
So what does that mean? You want to torture him?
In a manner of speaking. First,
we have to use a lot of bananas.
Start with Scotty.
What do you want to do with Scotty?
We give him the individual.
I mean, whatever you do to Scotty, TJ's gonna be pleased.
Death situation.
But if TJ's the one you want dead, why kill Scotty?
Scotty is the heart and brains of the drunken.
Mac and cheese of Romania.
Like Scotty, and DP will
good situation.
Stuck pig.
Are you kidding? Scotty's a piece of shit. You could replace that insignificant fart hole with Helen Keller's butt crack, and nobody would even know the difference.
Wait. You gotta let me explain the individual situation.
All right.
Terminating Scotty will have 2 very individual situational repercussions. 1, Scotty Cena will be no more.
Okay.
Scotty
First of
Cena.
all, that's really cool how you can broadcast things we're talking about so quickly on our Skype call. But second, how do you know that'll kill Scotty Cena?
God damn it, I have to go to the bathroom and this is like just barely halfway over. Fuck. Do I pause it and just like go, or do I just like let it play and go? God damn it. Dilemma. Ugh. Man, my body is just like, yo, you got a DEF CON situation going on right here, right now. That's right. I'm just like, fuck. Dilemma. Pause and go. Alright, that's what I'm doing. Alright, I'm just going with the first result. Booba, look at so. Yes. You're such a sweet boy. I kind of need to DEF CON situation. Punk baby. Oh, yeah, yes. Oh, Bubba. You chungus. You is a chungus. Oh. Alright, big Gorn. Mac, broccoli, impossible burger, tomato sauce, accidental jack in the crack sauce after mistaking it for Taco Bell sauce. I mean, it's not really my thing because of the shit like the broccoli and stuff, but honestly, everything else sounds pretty bomb.
The essence is the situation from which Scotty Cena draws his magic. You slay Scotty, and Scotty Cena's soul will be cast into oblivion. Hold on. Dorn, I just remembered it's Thursday. That means it's beefaroni night, not mac and cheese. You hear me, woman? I'm sorry, where was I?
Scotty's soul will be cast.
Right, into oblivion, and without Scotty Cena at his side, the drunken peasants will be dealt a crippling blow that will inevitably begin a slow descent into madness from which TJ will never recover.
Okay.
Okay.
So far, and then what?
Well, then when TJ least expects it,
I mean, the madness of the bliss and euphoria that he will get from the release of not having to deal with his brother.
Night to the nostril holes of Ben's wrestling mask, and before he knows it, he gets struck with a sudden, excruciatingly painful death situation.
Yes, and then forced to run the show by himself, TJ will run himself ragged. The amazing atheist channel will dwindle into a pathetic pile of crap, and his loss of AdSense revenue will force him out onto the streets, where he'll go slowly insane and probably get raped and stabbed by one of his mortal enemies, like Jenny McDermott.
Precisely.
Well, sounds like a pretty airtight plan you got there. Good luck with it.
Well, CC, I was hoping maybe you could help me out here with your God-given superpower situations.
Yeah, I don't know, Brett. Kinda seems like a lot of effort on my part. And, the drunken peasants have had me on your show a few times, so I kinda feel like a dick.
Oh, come on, CC. We're both God believers, right?
Hey, why don't you just get G-Man to do it?
Is it actually Gord?
It's whatever he prays for, doesn't he?
Oh, come on, CC. They attack my family and they send vote bots onto my video situations.
All right, Brett. I didn't want to have to bring this up, but what the fuck is this right here?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane from God TV Radio. Make sure you
CC, I can explain. It's a very individual situation.
Yeah, it's an individual situation, Brett, but you're demeaning my freaking race.
I just thought it was cute, CC.
Oh, fuck you. We're cute? Is that what my people are to you? Just adorable bundles of fur for you to cuddle with, you choco eating mushmouth motherfucker?
Yes.
Choco.
What the fuck is going on in this picture, Brett? You got these mutant ladybugs over here and this random fucking lizard. You started on these tiny hot air balloons. This shit is bananas.
I can explain the situation.
The situation is fucking stupid, Brett.
Stop attacking my family, CC.
I'm not attacking your family.
You're sending vote bots to attack them, you scammer. They're downvoting my son.
Oh, come on, Brett.
I'm losing my house because of you.
Yeah, whatever.
You're dead to me, CC. A totally deceased individual situation.
Bye, Brett. Don't ever call me again.
Oh, you got it. Hey, fuck you, you furball piece of shit.
I'm hanging up on you, Brett.
All right, fine, but don't forget to check out my new gaming channel, Games You Love, as well as my...
Oh, crap. Thank God that's over.
Oh my god.
Creationist cat, we have returned from Brett Keene's home. We have attacked and downloaded his family. Soon, his house will be yours.
Excellent.
Good. The felines are slowly but surely dominating. They might have lost one of their strong brethren in this region, but but reinforcements will eventually come back and come in greater numbers, and his legacy shall not be forgotten. I mean, there's many of mighty kings and emperors that have roamed these lands before. I mean, he wasn't the last one. I mean, he also wasn't the first, but his legacy shall not be forgotten. We all know the name of the great mighty man that we all are discussing here tonight. Lord Emperor Bandito. His legacy shall not be forgotten. You know what animals is going to have the last laugh? Cockroaches. Yeah, they really are. I mean, cats too. I mean, honestly, it's not obviously good, but they can actually be resilient to temperatures up to 120 something degrees and shit like that. So, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I know you're not. You would literally die of heat stroke if that happened to you. But apparently cats can handle it a little bit. I mean, I don't know if it's 120. I think it's more 110, give or take, or something like that. I mean, I could be a little wrong. But they can handle pretty extreme temperatures. So it's just I don't know, shut up! Unless I'm hearing coyotes out there, I don't give a fuck. Shut up! Bro! Excuse me? Do you have a human speaking to you? Yeah, get over here. Come on. Come on, boy. Yeah, that's right. Got a human speaking to you. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Asshole. While Holly approaches. I swear to God, if that was the case, I mean, dude, that's... You, honestly, man, when you say that, I honestly legitimately, kind of get a little paranoid because... He fucking has done... He just does that. He's done that in the past, where it'll be like 1 in the fucking morning or some shit, and he'd just show up, and I'm like, hi, okay, you're here now. So it's just like, I mean, it's like, don't get me in that mood. Like, I mean, like, he has done that. So I legit, you know, like, honestly, I do have, like, half a brain that, like, thinks that, like, oh, yeah, Harley's just randomly showing up all of a sudden. Because he just does that. He has done it, so I do think every now and then it could be him. Like, there's always at least, like, a third chance that it's a, you know, that it's him. You know, like, honestly, like a 33% chance gamble. I heard that. Oh, don't, oh my god, you're giving me that look. Just give me the look. Oh wait, that was it, okay. I don't think that's how the beat goes, but I imagine that's kind of what it goes like. And I imagine I probably did a little better. Can you not look at me like, oh my god, you fucking ridiculous little butt. Oh wait. Oh my god, that face. Look at that face. Oh yes, look at that little pretty face. Oh my goodness. Oh. Hey, wow, you want to go down, you want to go to town, huh? Alright, well, I guess I shall no longer put him on camera because apparently he wants to go to town. So, I'm just gonna avoid exposing people to that nonsense. One of my nostrils is out of order. That's like me, like every other stream. I get like those fucking nose hairs that, like, cause honestly I've noticed my nose hairs curl. So every now and then, especially the ones that like are like right at the surface, like, you know, just right in there, just like right at the, like, you know, like a millimeter or two in, right? So like they curl and shit. So I'm like, that's why honestly you'll see me do this every now and then, trying to, like, cause I'm trying to get that shit out. Cause like I'm feeling you itch. I want to get you out. It's not like a gold dig. It's a fucking like, you know, goddamn like hair dig, if anything. It's like it's like, fuck you. I need to just invest in one of those like little nose hair trimmers and shit. Like, I just need to get one of those because, oh my god, it like, I don't know why, like you know, once it gets like, I don't even know where, but it's just like once it gets like to a certain point, it all is fine. But like just right at the surface, like right at the beginnings of like, you know, those nostrils, it's just like that shit will be all curly as fuck. And once it gets to a certain point, it just tickles the shit out of me. And sometimes I can't quite get it yet, so I'm always just like suffering, trying to like, you know, hopefully maybe it's like grown like a couple like atoms more or some shit, or maybe like enough cells have like, you know, or the proteins have like produced to where maybe I could just barely grab it. It's just like, honestly, I was just gonna go with Manscaped. I ain't gonna go on Amazon. Fuck Amazon. I'm just gonna use Manscaped. I actually have a coupon code I can use that's like a 20% off because like different YouTubers will sponsor their channels to them. So I'm just like, I'll just use like a YouTube sponsor code and just like buy like a little basic kit. Because I actually need a new razor anyway. Manscaped. Alright, we're about to enlighten you. Alright, let me enlighten you. Hold on, let me just look it up. Manscaped is like, you know, basic, you know, manicure type of shit. Here. Dude, I've been so, I need to get like some of their shit. Here's their website, yo. Boom. Boom, baby. Manscaped. Meet the new face of Manscaped. The right tools for the job. Proper grooming requires precision engineered tools. Not only does a man's sense of awareness require it, but hygiene demands it. Skin safe technology, yeah, but all that fun, random bullshit. Where's there was like a menu thing up here. I guess it disappeared. Okay. But yeah. I've been meaning to get some shit up here. New here? Oh, you get a 50% off if you're new. Yeah. I wanna see the let's get like, you know, some shit up here. Do you not want to like fucking Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's look at a set. Yeah, let's look at this. Platinum package. Let's check this out. If it wants to fucking cooperate. Oh my god. Okay, finally. Wow. Can you scroll? Thank you. So I'm gonna sleep baby race. Well, obviously this is a new thing, so I want to get something like this. You know, cause here, you know what? Hold on. Let's look at one of their more cheaper alternatives. Cause I know they do. I guess they got boxers. Shave it down there. Nah. Where's the Oh, I think it will be where the fuck would it be? Here, I guess? Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Oh, here we are. Yeah. You can get the individual shit. Yeah. Oh, what was it? Normally 40, but it's, hey, only 30. All right. And plus if, well, okay, yes. All right. So I guess if you do like an email, whatever the fuck thing, you could get an extra percentage off. But yeah, you know, all right, there you go. This would be something that I would need. The Weed Whacker. 9,000 RPM. Oh, is it see? Ooh, waterproof, intelligent contour design. I like how it just gets so intense with like its description. 9,000 RPM motor. 360 rotary dual blade system, powerful. 600 mAh lithium battery. Waterproof, intelligent contour design. Product pattern may vary. That's right, brother. Yeah, but obviously, like, they're more, like, packages and shit, you know, is more spendy, because it's, like, all, like, everything, including, you know, like, creams and stuff like that as well, you know, and shit, so that's why they tend to be more expensive in packages, but in a way, you're probably saving money, because if you buy it all in the package, I mean, it's probably cheaper than buying everything individually, but all I really need is just a new razor and, well, a nose hair trimmer at this point. I don't know, like, I mean, obviously, and they have, like, you know, razors for, you know, down there as well, so it's like, I don't know, I might acquire something like that as well. I like to trim to be neat and stuff, you know, it's like, I don't want to just go on fucking buck wild, you know what I'm saying? Don't need to look like a goddamn barbarian. Is it like the Dollar Shave Club BS? I guess, yeah. But honestly, it's just like, I mean, I actually have heard good things about Manscaped, and I mean, honestly, Dollar Shave Club hasn't really been that much of a thing, but I mean, Manscaped still kind of is still kind of around. Like, I mean, Manscaped kind of popped up, you know, around Dollar Shave Club did, so I mean, it's like, I guess considering that Dollar Shave Club hasn't really been that much of a thing in comparison to Manscaped, I imagine that Manscaped is just legitimately probably better. But, I mean, all in all, I mean, hell, if they reached out to me, even though I'm tiny, it's just like, hey, you want to sponsor? It's just like, okay. Hey, get free Manscaped products and stuff, and all I have to be is like, yeah, if you use this coupon code, you can, you know, it's like, use my, you know, thing and get 20% off on Manscaped. You know, it's like, alright. Because I got kind of, like, I really need to deal with my shit, and my last razor does it, like, I mean, it's like, it's kind of kabunk. So, it's like, it's starting to get a little annoying now. It's like, I need to trim it again, so I think my next paycheck, I'm just gonna order some of this shit. Get a nose hair trimmer, you know, basic razor, maybe razor for down there. I mean, I feel like there's other sets, because I know they used to. I mean, there's no way there's only like that. Ultra Premium Class. Yeah, let's see. Is this skin and hair care. Okay. Oh yeah, this is only 50. Oh wait, it's only just like shampoos and creams and stuff like that. Oh wow. 2-in-1 shampoo, conditioner, body wash, deodorant, hydrating, body spray, lip balm. Oh, even got lip balm too, I guess. I guess they've kind of expanded a little bit since I've last checked their website out, because I don't think I remember seeing lip balm last time. I'm guessing kind of like, you know, just put out some new shit, it looks like, honestly, all in all. Ooh, the bestsellers. I guess that platinum package, but that's a little, oh, the all performance. Yeah, I think this actually might be the one I was looked at before. It's 125, but that includes the 3 razors and a couple, like, a cream and a spray. So I guess with the razors, if you consider the prices plus, yeah, I mean, honestly, like, all in all, that actually isn't really that bad of a price. I mean, if it, like, its original price at, like, $218, I mean, that's a little up there, but $125 plus if it's your first time spending there, like 50% off or whatever the fuck. I mean, on top of that, I mean, that's actually really not that bad. And it looks like it comes with like a 1 pair of boxers or something like that. Disposable shaving mats too. Oh, ball spray toner, anti-chaffing ball deodorant. I guess that's a thing. The crop preserver is what it's called. And yeah, so yeah. They have little nicknames for the different things. But I may be to get like some of their shit. Ball deodorant, the what? Is it like get kinky with ball soap? No. I mean, it's legit hygiene type of shit. Imagine the deodorant is not necessarily for like scent wise of like, you know, oh hey, you're about to go down there a little bit. It's probably more so of like, you know, I imagine it probably helps if like, you know, sweating. You know what I mean? Like, you get the hygiene going on in the morning or when you shower, and you kind of do that as kind of like a little spray to kind of like deal with the sweats. And then, you know, it kind of helps like kind of minimalize the odor and stuff like that kind of, you know, permeates, you know. Like, I think that, you know, because every now and then, like, there's some people that just straight up got like, I mean, some funk. And every now and then, a lot of that funk is from down there. Like, just straight up. Like, every now and then I kind of take a whiff and be like, that funk is from down there, and goddamn, like, you need to really, you know, check your shit. So it's just like, I mean, I mean, there's just some people, and it's like, cause I've worked customer service, so there's just some motherfuckers that I'll just get a whiff, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm just like, man, like, even if you don't, like, even if you do just unfortunately have the smells and shit, at least, like, I mean, it's basic deodorant, I mean, that's all, man. It's like, fuck, like, some Axe body spray, something. Like, shit. I mean, but, you know, so, honestly, I mean, like, I'd use it, honestly. Like I said, I like to consider my body hygiene, including down there as well. And that includes, you know, when it comes to trimming things up. So it's just like, I mean, you know, it's like I'd use it. I mean, that's just me at least. Just because, you know, I'd like to kind of at least, you know, be somewhat nice and fresh and shit. Luckily, when it comes to just like my general BO and stuff like that, it just doesn't really smell that bad. So luckily, I mean, I don't really, you know, get cursed of horrible BO and shit, but, you know, still, I want to at least, you know, be somewhat hygienic of stuff. The only thing I probably could keep up with is just, like, dental hygiene shit, but, I mean, It's just like, as long as you at least, you know, make sure your shit's like brushed and all that shit, I mean, should be alright. But like I said, even like that's, at least for when it comes to hygiene wise, that's definitely the one thing I tend to neglect. But everything else though, I try to kind of keep it a little spick and span. But definitely need to be at least a little more proactive about my dental hygiene, like I said. I just need to kind of upgrade some of my like hygiene kit shit basically at this point, just because some of it's kind of a little old and not really working as well anymore. So it's like I definitely need to, you know, and, you know, invest in, you know, some upgrades. And at least for me, it's just like, especially what I heard about Manscaped and stuff like that, it's like I'll probably, you know, I'll probably buy some of that shit and check it out. Got my teeth cleaned again. Oh god, ugh. Dude, if I went to the dentist like tomorrow and got my teeth cleaned, I would never hear the end of it from them. Oh my god. I never would hear the end of it. Like, if I knew I had, like, some of that shit scheduled up and had to fucking, like, go to that, like, oh my god, the week before I had to go up, oh my god, I'd be a paranoid fuck, just, like, every morning, night, like, just going super insane. Because, honestly, like, I know I at least have one cavity, frankly. It's actually, like, kind of in between my front tooth right here and this one a little bit. It doesn't really hurt or affect me or anything right now, but it definitely needs to be addressed, honestly. And frankly, just due to time and, well, money, because of insurance and shit like that, it's something that fucking, you know, I just, you know, it's like, I mean, as long as I just, you know, that's why, you know, like I said, it's like, you know, definitely, when it comes to dental hygiene, I definitely need to improve on. Because if I don't, then that will get worse to the point where it will be a fucking problem. You know, so, at least for now, it isn't, but it obviously can, and, you know, if not addressed, will get worse. So, you know, obviously, I mean, it's not, you know, like, something that is probably gonna, like, be the enemy or whatever the fuck, you know, shit, but, you know, even financially, but it's still something that, you know, it's just like, ugh. The electrical, dude, like, honestly, I don't do anything else but electric toothbrushes. I love electric toothbrushes. Like, cause honestly, they just are, like, I just kind of do, like, what I usually do with brushing. Like, I kind of keep doing my same routine stuff, but with that electric brush and shit, it just helps kind of, like, get a little bit more deeper and shit. Never have had a cavity. Well, you must be lucky. I think, honestly, for me, there must be some genetic aspects and stuff, because while I do kind of neglect some of my dental hygiene, it's not like I literally don't give a fuck about it at all. Like, you know, it's like I just need to be more up about it, on the up and up on it. You know, but, you know, it's just like, despite that, I mean, some people genetically are just dispositioned to just have, you know, some pretty shitty, you know, genetics when it comes to their teeth and shit. Like, I know, one of my assistant manager, actually, one of my coworkers, he, basically, like, what would be equivalent of what he would have as, like, meth teeth, essentially. Now, he's never done meth, and he's honestly never done hard drugs in his life, but because of genetics, you know, his, you know, teeth are more dispositioned to be fucked up, and there's, you know, there's nothing, you know, that he can really, frankly, do about it is outside of, you know, keep up with, you know, his dental maintenance, which he does, but despite that, they still end up being all kind of fucked. And there's nothing, you know, you can really, frankly, do about it outside of just be the fact that it just is, you know, so it's just like, some people are just kind of dispositioned to shit like that. I never lost a tooth though, because I go every 6 months and they catch them early on. Nice. I mean, I lost one before to a cavity when I was like really early on, like right back here. And actually, for like the longest time, I used to have like chips of the tooth in my gums, and over time, eventually, they just kind of came out on their own. And I actually still, from the last x-ray I had for my last dental whatever the fuck, when it came to at least that, I still have one that's like kind of next to the root of the other one that's in there, but it obviously doesn't cause me any issues, so there's no real reason for me to fucking, you know, get it pulled out. But the ones that were on, like, you know, kind of the very surface of my gum line, I kind of was, I was able to, just with tweezers, you know, pull them out eventually over time. As they, you know, just basically just kind of wiggled out on their own. So I guess I have like one chipped remnant, you know, from my old tooth in there still, but for the most part they're pretty much like all out now. I used to have one like literally right in between like the two teeth back here, like right next to like the edge of the gum line, and for the longest time, God, that annoyed the fuck out of me. And it was around the time when I got braces for like a year and a half is when they finally did something about it, because they basically just like, oh, hey, we noticed this little chip of, you know, piece of your tooth, you know, we could get that out. And they eventually just kind of shaved it down, and then, at least that's what it felt like is what they did. And then they basically just kind of took like a tiny little pick and just kind of like, just kind of scooped it out. And, you know, so honestly, in a weird way, like, it feel like you don't necessarily feel the pain or, like, soreness or anything like that from it, but in such a weird way, it feels relieving when you get it out. It's kind of weird. It's like one of those things that doesn't hurt or have soreness or any pain or anything like that, but in a weird way, it's relieving to get it out, though. It's just like, it's one of those weird feelings. Oh, you sweet boy, with that little face, how can I not just give you a hug? Oh, you little baby. Yes, you will. Oh my goodness, yes. Oh. Here's a good baby. Here's a good baby. Yes, you is. Oh my God, look at his face. Do you have your wisdom teeth removed? No, actually, I still have mine. I mean, yeah, I could feel them. Like, do you mind? I don't need you tonguing me while I'm trying to do this. Like, this one back here is more, in. Both of them up here are fully developed. This, the one right here is the only one that isn't fully developed. I've got wisdom teeth, no reason to remove them if they aren't fucking shit up. Do you brush Zukov's teeth? Well, no, because honestly, I mean, he has some good chompers. I mean, here. Look at these little chompers. Yeah, look at those chompers. Yeah, you got some good, healthy chompers. You have some healthy teeth, honestly. You got some healthy teeth, bro. Yes, you do. I honestly never had really much of a reason to do that for him, just because, honestly, he has some really healthy teeth. He's never had any issues with that. With his ass. Well, I've also straight up see him brush his teeth with the grass that I have in my backyard. So, he kind of does that himself. So I never had a real reason to really do that, honestly, because, I mean, he seems like, you know, he knows his, even like, for a dog, he kind of knows his, basic hygiene. Oh, you sweet boy. What? Oh. You sweet thing. What? Oh. Well, ow! Excuse me, asshole! What was that? Oh, what's this? They fucked me hard when I was about 20. I had to have one of them shower to get it out. Oh! Got mine removed in high school, not a fun time, but after at least I could start even put it in my school. Nice. One started growing into my gum and gave me the sorest throat, oddly. Weird. got that bullshit to look forward to, I guess. Well, honestly, like, if you don't have a reason to remove them, like, there's not a necessity to remove them. Like, the reason why wisdom teeth get removed is usually when they actually do cause problems. Like, if somebody is able to have wisdom teeth develop and be fine, then there's no reason for it. I remember back when I was having braces, like, with the orthodontist I was interacting and hanging out with every time, he noticed that my wisdom teeth are coming in. He actually was surprised how well they came in. He was like, wow, your wisdom teeth look like they're coming in pretty nicely. Like, if anything, you probably don't need these removed. Like, so, I mean, you know, for some people, like, I mean, they could develop them and be fine. It's usually just because, you know, they're so far back. Every now and then, for some people, they get a little fuckety and come in weird and start messing your shit up. That's usually when they get removed. And I guess that tends to be a pretty common problem for a lot of people. But luckily, I mean, you know, it's, you know, depending on, I guess, how they develop, I mean, they don't end up being a problem. This is how jumping spiders are made. Is this like an actual fun fact? What happened? What the fuck? There's just a spider in somebody's cup. I mean, look, that person doesn't need... Oh my god, like, this person doesn't need to freak out. Like, they don't need to freak out, because frankly, that spider drowned and died. Like, the spider ain't gonna be alive no more. Like, that spider ain't alive no more. Like, that spider drowned and died, okay? Like, I mean... The drink is no longer, you know, savable, because who knows what's crawling, you know, for microbacterial life and all that shit on the surface of the spider, or internally for that matter too, that could, like, protrude out. I mean, all in all, like, I mean, that right there is a drink that is no longer able to be saved, but, like, that spider is also very much dead. Very much certainly dead. Flying spider. I mean, realistically, that spider fucking just, like, crawled up the cup and fell in. That's not... Are you trying to get drunk? Excuse me. You know what? You really want to? You really want to try that? Here. There's, like, nothing in there, but there. Oh, wow. There actually was a little bit left. There. Right there. See? There's, like, literally, like, 2 drops that fell on the ground. Wow, that displeased you. Really? You goof. I ain't gonna do shit to you. You're just a goofball. Look at you. Look at you. I don't do shit to you. Look at you. You're a goofball. If you literally are like wanting it, you fucking freak. You're a rebel, dude. Are you drunk? Define drunk. Exactly. Well, Zukov's trying to, apparently. I know some people, you know, will apparently, like, give dogs some alcohol and they'll be fine. So, I don't necessarily think it's bad if it happens every now and then, you know, or if you do it rarely. But definitely not something I would, like, I wouldn't really give, like, you know, a bowl of, like, you know, of, you know, beer for him or some shit like that. Like, I mean, if he has, like, a couple of drops, like, what fell out of my empty can, then, I mean, like, that, he's gonna be fine. He ain't gonna... I highly doubt he's even gonna be affected by that. I mean, it's basically just, like, seltzer water and, like, the tiniest of alcohol in it with, like, cherry flavoring. And you're giving me the goofiest of faces. Like, if anything, you're just gonna be more of a goofball of that oh my god, okay. So got fight anybody's got that. Dude, this dog ain't no fighter. Look at this face. You're gonna tell me with this, hey, excuse me. You're gonna tell me if that face, hey, that face right there, you're gonna tell me that's a fighter? Oh, look at that face. That's a fighter. That looks like a boy who couldn't even harm a fly. Well, actually, you know what? That's incorrect. He will actually hunt flies. He will hunt flies, but that's about it. I haven't really seen him go after much else. Outside of trying to play with cats, but I don't really count that. You never know. Could be some kind of crouching tiger hiding a hidden dragon type deal. The crouching tiger, hidden dragon type deal. Dude, you know what? Yeah. I can see that. Kind of like Puss in Boots, how he'll just like... just looks so cute, but then out of nowhere, he just like... I'm God! You know, gets you when your guard's down. Fucking murks your ass. The teen gem blows to pieces only lasts like 30 minutes. Doesn't most gum last like 30 minutes? Straight up, like I never have had gum when it comes to flavor wise lasts, unless it's like mint, that lasts more than like 30 minutes. Some last longer. What, like 40 minutes? The calm chewing cinnamon. That should stick around for a while. Gum kind of blows in general. Artificial bullshit tastes like rocks. I mean, honestly, it actually kind of has some benefit. Like, I know there has been studies when it comes to, like, hey, you know, when it, like, you know, do you focus more when it comes to studying if you chew gum versus not chewing gum? And they, I mean, if remember, they found that, like, if you're chewing gum while taking, like, a test or, you know, studying and stuff like that, it actually kind of helps you focus, because, you know, if you have, like, you know, a brain that is more likely to be distracted, it's more likely to be, you know, focused on chewing the gum on top of the studying, more so than just studying versus whatever the fuck else is going on. So, I mean, in a sense, I mean, it's like, it does have purpose. I mean, gum ain't, like, you know, a bad thing. And yeah, it does help, like, cravings and shit. Nicotine flavored gum. Well, yeah, and there's also that, you know, when it comes to people with nicotine cravings and shit. So, I mean, you know, there's some benefit to it. My favorite of the Wrigley's dessert flavors. Ooh, I never had the dessert flavors. Those sound pretty good. Actually, I do have some gum over here. I have a bag. I have a bag of it. Yeah, come here, baby. This ain't for you, bitch. It's Double Bubble. Good shit. I mean, Double Bubble flavor isn't really that much of a flavor, but I love it anyway. Hell yeah. Don't you have around your desk? You always pulled out random shit. I don't know, man. Yeah, I just have Double Bubble gum just chilling over here. I mean, you're not fucking wrong, bro. I do just, like, over here, I'll just, like, pull out some random shit. I truly do. Oh my god. Wow. I feel so heavily targeted. Key lime pie, chocolate, mint chocolate chip. Oh god damn, that sounds awesome. Strawberry shortcake. That sounds. Orange pie and orange cream. Why did you just like make the flavors better and better as they kept going on? What the fuck? Oh my god, I never knew. Why am I not enlightened to any of this? Oh, fuck. You little whore, can I help you? Can I fucking help you? Like, excuse me. You're staring at me with a cute face. Not extra sure about orange pie. Either way, it sounds great. I'm eating Raisin Bran like a civilized hominid. The fact that it has raisins in it is a war crime. Call yourself civilized. Debauchery. What fucking heathenistic pagan nonsense is this? God damn it. Gonna try to do a bubble. Ignore about that to the lake. Can we borrow your canoe? Sure. Pulls the canoe from pulls one from off camera. Honestly, I want to get a foldable kayak, so one of these days you're not gonna be fucking far off at all. One of these days, I'm gonna have like a foldable kayak or some shit, and I'm just gonna be like, yeah, here, this is my foldable kayak. I'm just gonna whip it up out of nowhere. Oh my god. Oh man. Really? Bitch. Come on now. You can do it. Alright. The gum is failing me hardcore right now. Gum, you're failing me. What the what? Can I help you? Alright. Maybe I just need to chew it for a little longer. Tenderize it more. Methinks it needs a little bit of a tenderization right there. There's just some infinite space pocket dimension we don't know where you store your things. Dude, I kind of wish there was like a four-dimensional, like, pocket dimensional, like, box that I could shove shit in. Because, frankly, I could use that so bad. I could use, like, a bunch of those, honestly. Because that would just help with, like, cleaning shit and organizing shit and stuff like that. Man, can we just, like, invent 3D, like, little dimensional pocket boxes and shit like that and storage and stuff? Can we just do that already? That'd be pretty dope. Because then it'll be a lot easier to, you know, organize shit, clean shit, stuff like that. You know, come on now. We can do it. We got the brains out there on the planet. I mean, Monsters Inc. was able to do it. Why can't we, bitch? Actually, in a weird way, in Monsters Inc. does, at least in the first movie, the science behind the whole like 4 dimensions and like 4-dimensional like travel is actually done pretty accurately in that movie. Funny enough, there's actually a Neil deGrasse Tyson video on YouTube, or probably a couple honestly, where he actually discusses where, you know, the explanation of 4-dimensional travel and stuff like that. It says, honestly, like some of the best one of the best examples is, funny enough, the Pixar film Monsters Inc. There we go. Now we're getting a bubble. That's just bucket sour gummy worms. The bicycle pump. I actually have that. I have a few. 2 sacks of construction paper. Well, I don't have 2 sacks of construction paper, but I do have I have ball caps. That's what fell. I have some ball caps that just fell. But I have various anarchist like paper that is, you know, papers and shit that are essentially just like on some like construction paper basically. This is actually a pretty cool little piece of artwork right here, I'm not even gonna lie. Story of Stone Soup. Oh, you know what was funny? I remember in elementary school hearing a more watered down version of this story. The story is a mutual aid and direct act. This story is about mutual aid and direct action and the foundations of anarcho-communism. Hey. I also have this cool card that I like. Capitalist heart is in a pocketbook and he uses the club overused so he can wear diamonds by organizing the right. By organizing right, we can give him a ace with which to earn an honest living. It says on the back, this card was created by the IWW in the 1960s and 70s. It's been touched up, the old mailing address removed, and the web address and other items at the bottom, added by Poison Candy Press in 2021, and yeah, so. And, I have more. There's a lot in here, actually. Bookmark. Fun little, probably a bookmark, I'm assuming. Blue lives don't exist. All cops are bastards. Blues on skin color. It's a job class traders choose. Defund, disband, and let's get these bacon-flavored bigots the fuck out of our communities. I love it. Based. And true. And this whole thing right here is different little essays and shit. This one is mainly on authoritarian demonization of anarchists, Cuba, and the Genoa Manifesto by Raphael Izgatugui. I think I pronounced that wrong. There's a few other things in here too. But I got a lot of shit when it comes to at least like different anarchist writings and stuff. It's all just chilling right there. And my bow gum. And my current contract. And my dinner for the night. And Zukov's treats. My tuner. A tool. My ashtray. Spray bottle that I use to burn out little, like, coals that are still burning in my ashtray because that shit annoys the fuck out of me, and the smoke from that isn't exactly pleasant. And, I kind of need to clean this out again, honestly, now I'm thinking about it. Oh, I got books over here, too. Got Definite Haymarket over here. I got, like, some other book. The Bible and the Art of War. What's this? Oh, that's the prose that I remember. I brought that out one stream one time because I was talking about it for some reason. And also, this book is called Story of a Manhattan Call Girl, which the call girl is basically a prostitute. Which I actually have not read that book. It's by Tracy Kwan, I guess. And I don't know. Probably a okay book, but like I said, I haven't read it. It just happens to be there. Infinite ammo. Going to movie scenes.
Out there. We gotta go through the back. All right, let's go there. Stop right there. Put the money down. What are you doing? Put it down. Man, what now? It's just one cop with a handgun. We can handle this. All right. All right. The average handgun mag holds about 15 rounds, but he emptying out like it's a toy for real. So all we gotta do is sit and wait. We can jump out and attack while he's reloading. Exactly. Let's get it then. What is that? Does he have another gun? Are there more people now? It's just him! What? What gun is that?
4 hours later. A10 Warhawk going off.
Fire! Man, I don't even want to fuck no more, man. Just take the money! Just take the money back, man! Right there! I don't play all, man! Tired and I regret every decision that led to this point in my life. He's not even shooting at us, man! Stop! Please, stop!
He's just not even shooting. Oh my god, you know what? This reminds me of another meme. Let me find it. It's just like this. Hold up. Yep, here it is.
Oh,
this reminded me of this.
Sir. Oh, hey, couldn't help but notice you're trespassing on my land. Sorry, I was just hiking through. I didn't know this was private property. Best get to stepping, son. I could just get off if you need me to. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Doing a lot of yammering, but unbeknownst to you, you're speaking your final words. You don't need to brandish that weapon. It's
jams it.
Well, sounds to me like we got a bit of a smart ass on our hands. You're ejecting a lot of shells there. Yup.
Yep.
Have any left to shoot me? What did you just say to me? It's like the 12th shell, you little shit. Already got one in the chamber. I've seen like 36 shells go through. Don't need them. Do you have any left?
Don't need them.
All right. I'm headed up to here. Oh, geez. Take this. Yeah, I'm shooting at you now.
Shooting at you now?
Gun. Ah, there's like 0 recoil to that gun. Ah. You're not even coming close to me. Here. Alakablam.
Alakablam.
Physics of this. You're gonna want to get.
Right. You're gonna want to get.
Dude, how many shells do you have in that gun? I got 57 more goddamn rounds in this 4-round magazine.
Oh my god. See that? Oh well, whatever. Yeah, we can relive the moment. There needs to be a collab between the two. Just not even. It's like better on get. Just starts blasting and shit. It's just like nope. Not a single. Not a single pellet. Just hits him at all. Can I fucking help you? You're like starting to cause terrorism. You're being a terrorist. I shall distract you. Go on. Fight for it, you little prick. Oh my god. Wow, you're a wimp. Get it. Just got tug of war it a little bit. Oh, wow, slipped out of my hand. Little prick. Didn't want to fight it. Usually.
Okay, I know. Hey, listen, I know. Hey, we are sorry. Everybody, I want you to know the company is sorry. And I promise, as the CEO, that right now we are going to be launching an investigation into what happened. Okay, we'll be launching an investigation and we'll get everything figured out. Okay, so sorry, guys. Investigation underway.
So what'd you tell him?
I told him that we were launching an investigation.
What does that even mean? I don't know. Oh, they're so stupid. What are we gonna do? Break the rocks. Launch an investigation. Check this out. Pretty much just gonna be me. Hello? What's the wrong doing? Where's our mistake? We're so sorry. Well, excuse me, crime? Didn't see it. Investigation over. Investigation over. I'm being. So, what do we have to do now? Oh, we don't have to do anything. Everyone's gonna forget in like 3 days.
Everyone's gonna forget in like 3 days. Oh my god, dude, it's just that's way too painfully accurate. A little too painfully accurate. Oh, our PR team will launch an investigation immediately. Oh, investigation? Oh, well. Oh, we'll do that for like, I don't know, like a day, and you'll forget about it. I mean, what? Investigation? Yeah, oh yeah, that was solved. Best part is the end. Wait, did I miss it?
Hey, we should tell our friends at the police department about this. Oh, they're already doing it. That's where I learned it from.
Oh, damn. Didn't realize there was a secret scene. Oh my god, I love it. The memes. Oh, and the right said that I guess the left couldn't meme. Oh, well. Odd. I guess I don't know if the dude is actually left, but considering, you know, some of his, you know, I guess maybe apolitical, but if he's making like a meme like that, that's kind of a little bit of a lefty meme. A little bit. So corporations, accountability. Oh, that's funny. Here, see what other random little things might be on too, you know. Wow, why am I getting recommended? Oh wait, no, wow. For some reason I'm on the homepage, but I was literally just, I still had like the search bar for like that, like shotguns and movies be like meme. And I was like, wait, why am I literally constantly getting recommended this? I was like, oh wait, I'm still on the fucking search results of that. It's like, what else on Tubi here? Oh, I don't know. Oh, the same search results I just looked up a minute ago. Oh my god, wow. Damn. I think that was probably, the peak stoner moment of not just tonight, but I think of the month so far. I've had some major stoner moments, but I think that one was for the month. Jesus Christ. At least I didn't have it on screen where I'm just like, yeah, let's see what's on home screen. This looks awesome. Those who had sex before marriage and those with tattoos, you all know your destination. Wait, so I guess this is supposed to be hell, right? Honestly, the way they're all looking, they actually all kind of look like... Wow, wait a minute. This is Photoshop. That's the same. That's the same. That right there's the same. Like, whoever did this did it as like a digital art and just like copy and pasted. Oh my god. This is... That guy right there in the corner is the same as this guy in the corner. That dude and this dude. Oh my god, same with this. Oh my god. They didn't even try, dude. No, but anyway, but they all kind of look like they're partying out. They're like, yeah. But they all look like they're kind of dancing and shit. And also, by the way, yeah, tattoos is spelled wrong. With those who informed polyester, eating shrimp, lied, coveted, wanted to have sex with someone, prayed openly, and various other different things. That is just a laundry list. And also, like, what about tattoos are inherently, like, sinful? Like, there's nothing about the Bible that says anything about that. Like, at all. Like, if you have tattoos, like, I don't think that, you know, there's nothing about, like, you know, that inherently that's, like, against, like... I mean, there's, like, fucking pagans that had, like, different, like, you know, tattoos and shit. And different cultures had tattoos that all reconverted Christianity and stuff like that, right? I mean, they all still had tats, but the Christians accept them for being Christian at the very least, you know, because they reconverted or whatever the fuck. They didn't give a fuck they had tats. So it's like, huh? It was fire. Yeah, it's lit, bro. No, it's literally fire. I know it is. No! It's... It's fire, it's lit, and it's fucking bass. Yeah. Oh yeah, torture or suffering. You mean the kinky BDSM sex dungeons that everyone's having blissful sex to? Oh yeah, so horrible. Honestly, like, half of my time in hell will basically be there, and the other half will basically be in, like, the... like, goat and human sacrificial, like, mosh pit, death metal fucking concert as well. Like, it'll basically be a mixture of those two things. And also, like, fucking demon bitches and, like, demon, like, fanboy bitches as well. And getting fucked by demons, too. Like, I mean, yeah, but that's what a sex dungeon is, you know, so... It's where, like, the demon bitches, like, the femboy demon bitches, and the fucking, like, you know, demon bears, you know, like, kind of come out of the woodwork and fucking, you know, just boom. Back raising to freedom. You war criminal. I'll fight to the death, you know, the fight against the raisin tyranny. The tyranny of the raisins. Let's see if we can do a bubble gum. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay, cool. Got it off. Well, that was a nice bubble. Almost fucked up there. But, hey. Foolish eggnog. You Christians are gonna have a good. You can spend eternity serving God and listen to angels sing and praise Him constantly. Oh, so great. I know, so amazing. Oh, I bet it's just so heavenly. Honestly, like, if there was a heaven, I hope it's the Islamic heaven. Because it's like basically like a garden oasis, That's how it's described, and also essentially you can have whatever fruits, and not just literal fruits, but like fruits of, you know, what you want, like when it comes to like the fruits and the, you know, of life and shit like that, and the like the fruits and pleasures of life, basically. So if you want whatever fruits that you want, you can have. So that includes if you want to, like, you know, to fuck some bitches, you can fuck some bitches, you know what I'm saying? Or fuck, you know, some femboys, you can fuck some femboys, or whatever the fuck, you can do whatever, you know? It's like the Islamic heaven actually kind of sounds a little base. Honestly, it's just like, damn, what the hell? Like, why? It's just like, Jesus, no wonder there's so many people that are so fundamental about it. They want to go to that shit. It's like, alright. That's what Seraphim do. Apparently, they sit by God's throne singing the word holy forever. Imagine having to hear that all the time. I wonder if you get kicked out of the place. I mean, I feel bad for seraphims if that's literally their existence. They just sound like, you know, poor, tortured little... like, they sound like they're poor, tortured beings. Or just forced to be confined, you know, to just, you know, do one thing forever and just nothing else. It's like, they sound like they're being tortured. Little goofball. What's this? Just playing 4D Justin are secretly worship Satan to own the Catholics. I wish. But if that's the case, they're doing a horrible job at it. Alright, gotta go to the bathroom really quick, but it's making me want to pull up a song that's kind of tangential. Anyway. Oop. Anyway, I'll be right back. Blah.
Boba! Look at you. Oh my God, it's so tiny.
Oh, good boy. I was gonna say that women should get 52 versions as well to make it fair, but I thought it was 72. 72 versions. I know, it's great. Who won't want to be complimented someone every second of every day? Yeah. What is heaven like for women in Islam? I actually just recently watched the DFF Heaven episode again, and honestly, there isn't really much. It's never really truly described. It's just basically depending on what imam you hear from. They just basically say it's like, some will say essentially like the same thing for men, and some others will say you essentially kind of become like one of the different like angelic servants, that kind of, like serve, the others, within, heaven or whatever the fuck. I don't know, like, it's never really been, like, mentioned truly anywhere, so it's just kind of left to interpretation, basically. I know, like, the different beings that essentially are there for, like, sexual pleasures and shit, they're apparently, like, transparent and kind of, like, goo girls or whatever the fuck. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of be down for that, like a little transparent, like, a little shit going on, with that. It's like, I mean, it's not like a kink, so to speak, but I mean, I don't know, that'd be a little spice, for the sauce, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you can like kind of look down there and like kind of see what's going on the internals as much as the externals. I mean, it's not like literal, like, you're seeing all the organs. It's just like, they're just transparent, like you can just see through them. So it's like, I don't know, like, I mean, that's kind of like a little bit of a spice. A little spice for, for the sauce right there, What the? Why are you giving me the most cutest little face? Can you quit the face of cuteness?
Oh, you're so cute. Why are you so cute? You're just so cute. I love you, baby, but why?
You're nonsense. This Scientologist having like Erlon a hub in this spaceship while you worship him? I don't think so. But I don't know. Renaissance. Renaissance. I've always been interested in a random reincarnation, afterlife, or floating around as disembodied consciousness observing the universe. Honestly, if there is an afterlife, I'd prefer that. Like either reincarnate as some other life, on the planet or the universe, or essentially just have like, like some sort of disembodied, like kind of like spirit that can like go forth, amongst the cosmos and just kind of be like, an energy source, just sort of like an energy being, basically. And just kind of like, to kind of go or do whatever the fuck you want, essentially. I mean, obviously, you couldn't really have a, you couldn't have like any, like consequential like action to, the universe around you, but at least merely observing it. And like, hey, I want to like go there, and you're just there. Out of the heavens, the only one that appeals to me is reincarnation. That's kind of what I mean. I mean, honestly, I guess on a technical level, the closest thing to reality when it comes to stuff about this type of topic would be reincarnation. Because, I mean, when it comes to, like, you know, when you're dead, you know, the energy and the bioorganic life gets reconsumed into the earth, and thus goes into the plant life around it. And those plants use a lot of that energy, to grow and and shit. But there's also going to be other animals that come in and take a little bit from that energy, whether it's like bees from pollen, or like herbivore animals grazing grass, or whatever the fuck it is. I mean, it's not like a more spiritual sense, but just in a sense of like energy and just like the bioorganic kind of repurposing in a sense. I guess not reincarnation, but more in a sense repurpose. A lot, the energy and what was you is just repurposed into the material world. Get reincarnated as Ignar's hat. Well, not my hat, but I mean, maybe honestly, in a sense, it's like whatever my energy is, for me being alive as a being, could repurpose itself and kind of reincarnate into other animals, like maybe some sheep, that eventually its wool gets made into a hat like this. So I mean that's kind of the point I'm trying to say in a little bit. It's like a lot of the energy that makes you gets repurposed and kind of reincarnated into other forms. It's not like you as an actual being in itself does, and your sentience goes on, and you kind of get to experience that. It's just that whatever was you gets kind of reincarnated, repurposed, and recycled energy-wise, into other things. Imagine when you're dead, you're still wearing shit, and you get pulled in a coffin, buried in a grave, man, that would suck ass. Oh my god, that would be horrible. That's why I want to be cremated, honestly. Scatter my energy and my, remains and let it be fertilized into, all over the planet. Let me become literally one of the planet, or at least as close as I can to it. And that's, best way to it, because when it's scattered throughout the planet and shit, I mean, that's probably no better way to do it. If they don't create baby, I've got back to kick some dead ass. Well, actually, before they do that, like, actually, whatever organs or whatever, like, they could, use for scientific purposes, like, let them take that from me. I'm okay with that. If they want to take, like, my brain, my heart, my kidneys, whatever the fuck, for scientific or medical purposes, I'll be fine with that. But whatever's left over, go ahead and cremate it, it's like, I'm okay with that. And let it be scattered, throughout, like, the Cascade Mountains or some shit, Like, I'll be fine with that. Because, it's like, even after death, I wouldn't mind, letting whatever's left of me, be at least, useful to, humanity to some extent. Whether, scientific or medical research and shit. I'm actually kind of done chewing this gum. But you feel yourself getting burned? Don't say that. I don't want to feel it. If that's the case, then on my will, it's like before you cremate me, you have to put anesthetics in me. I mean, like, Luckily, I mean, considering what we do know about death, I'm pretty sure that that wouldn't be the case, but, you know, I wouldn't want that. Because honestly, funny enough, my biggest fear when it comes to, like, the worst way to die is being burnt alive and shit. But in a weird way, once I'm dead, I'm actually 100% okay with and kind of want my body to be cremated in a sense. After, obviously, whatever can be used for, you know, medicinal or scientific purposes, you know, for organ donation, you know, shit like that. But, you know, I mean, I guess it's just a little weird how I guess the human brain works like that. It's like, once I'm dead, I don't give a fuck. But while I'm alive, don't burn me, please. Always take the high ground. Well, how's that work in this case? I mean, that's how much I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering in this one. It's like, wait, how would that work in this specific case? Seems, maybe like one or two more things to check out on Tube. Rip a clock. Oh, this is TikTok. It might try to demand me to have the app. Let's see here. The website version of this, even on, especially on mobile, is just oh god.
Deep fried Oreos from 2001. Now, is this an old recipe? Well, it depends on who you ask. But it is absurd, vulgar, and without regard for culinary decorum. It's American. Our batter begins with 1 cup of pancake mix.
This is like barely visible, but okay.
Half a cup of milk, moo juice, tablespoon of vegetable oil, and 1 egg. Whisk vigorously.
Okay, is this guy on coke or crack?
I'm dead. It is now. Next up, we fill a pot about.
Well, he must be because he somehow broke a clock.
Deep with oil. Fire! Now our oil is hot, so we just dip in our Oreos. Woo! And then they go. About 3 minutes on each side. This is so ridiculous. Woo! Oh man.
Make sure I need to get up kind of early. Oh fuck.
Whoa. These are incredible. I mean, look at that. You're insane.
I mean, honestly, okay, those actually look kind of good, but he's just gay. I don't think that's an excuse. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I feel like this is something different. There's a lot of vintage recipes. I guess that is a vintage recipe, huh? Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, it actually does look good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, what he was making, you know, did look pretty good. But, oh my god, I felt like I just watched a dude, like, on coke or crack or something, just fucking this, like, you know, I mean, like, you know, handling a shit, but, you know, like, describing how to make it. It's just like, whoa. It's like, okay. Actually, you know, speaking of which, there's this one YouTube short channel that I have discovered recently that comes to cooking called Problem Solved. Hold up, let me look it up. I haven't looked it up, I've just been recommended it constantly. Yeah, here we go. Let's see, let's just find one randomly here that I haven't actually watched. Oh, wait, here. Here's a good one, chicken and rice. This guy. This guy's pretty cool. He kind of looks like Jordan Peele, by the way. Can we play?
Ingredients, you can't beat rice.
Here's how to make affordable and delicious chicken and rice. Individual spices can be a little expensive, so try different seasoning blends. These are gonna pack a ton of flavor without the need to purchase a bunch of individual seasonings. One-pot rice dishes are so versatile, you can add whatever veggies you want, even frozen vegetables, which will last longer and are sometimes cheaper.
Sometimes cheaper.
Toasting the rice will give you a nutty flavor and help with the texture. This recipe uses canned diced tomatoes, but you can also find fire roasted for even more pizzazz. And instead of water, use chicken broth.
Chicken broth, huh?
Chicken and rice is
Oh, look at that. It looks bomb.
And just by switching up those vegetables and the seasonings, you can have a totally different dish.
Totally different. It kind of sounds like it's a dick at the end, but it cut off, but totally different dish. And honestly, it is true. He is right. But he has like all sorts of different little videos.
My McDonald's gourmet?
Yeah. Oh wait, that's some other guy.
When it comes to affordable ingredients,
here, hold on. Let's go back. Let's make sure it's here. Let's find another one. Juicy burgers. Here, let's check this out.
your burgers into this. Form your hamburger patties ahead of time. And let those chill in the fridge at least 30 minutes. That'll help them cook more evenly and keeps them juicy. Before they're ready to hit the grill, brush them with a high heat oil. I like to use grapeseed oil. Then add salt, pepper, and your favorite seasonings. Since burgers are prone to flare...
Alright, so pretty much I do that, but I don't do the refrigerated part.
Grubs, preheat your grill to get those grates nice and hot.
Yep.
You can turn a section off so there's no direct flame. And that's where you want to put your burgers.
Oh.
Without a direct flame, you won't get those flare-ups. You can even add an ice cube to the center to help even out the cook. Now you can close up the grill and let those cook. Let your burgers cook halfway through and flip them one time. A good sign that your burgers are done is when those juices run clear. You can see there's still a little red in the juice there. This is a great time to add cheese right before those burgers are finished. To trap that juice inside, let them rest at least 10 minutes before eating. Now that's a tasty burger.
Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna lie, yeah, I might have to try that little technique with the ice. Hey, cause that, oh man, I'm not gonna lie, those burgers look a little fire. I mean, that looks a little wimpy, but when he finished the final product, I mean, that looks pretty good. So it's like, I mean, and honestly, it was just like how, like, you know, soothing his voice. I like this channel, honestly. I've been, like, you know, getting into his shit a little bit. You know, I got recommended it the other day. I'm just like, hey, I like this. I like this guy. Like one day a 0.5 micro penis, next day a foot long schlong. Man, that would be trippy. Ending every day having a totally different dick. Very much like a grinder, like man whore base, like a man whore on Grinder. I mean, that's pretty much like what they have to do. That's their daily life. It's like every night is a different dick. Yes. Yeah, last night was a little micro penis, but tonight was like a horse cock of a schlong. Oh my god, you should have seen it. I don't know why I'm having a bougie posh accent for this character, but we'll just go with it. Oh my god. But honestly though, I mean, instead of rice, you can also do ramen. And it's pretty much like the same way. No, like you have a different dick, not being a different dude every day. A different dick every day? Oh my god. Unless we, like, I mean, that's why we need some transhumanism and shit. Because, I mean, in a way, you know what's a little weird is, like, I mean, I wouldn't mind having something like that. Maybe not like a micro dick shit status, but, like, it's like, you know what? I'm feeling like I want to kind of, you know, have a weird, like, you know, spazz it up a little bit. And it's just like, you know, get the nanobots and, you know, the neurons, you know, all kind of click and they just kind of formulate into, like, you know, into whatever, like, phallic design I'm kind of thinking in the given moment. You know, I think it's a micro penis kind of day. I mean, why would... See, that's gone. See, that's gone. Oh my god. You know, touche. I don't have a response to that one, so you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. What the fuck? See that goose over? Oh my god. I don't know where, I don't like where this is going. Want me that spiky Canadian? Oh my god. I want to get one of them spiky Canadians going on. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the hell? The spiky Canadian. Jesus Christ. And you thought the moose could be a little spiky. Nah, they're just very curved. My god, this is getting worse by the second. What the fuck? I feel like 60% of the time, these streams, usually whenever I have a drink or two, tend to devolve into the most random of absurdity by the end of them. Like, oh my god. I'm at like a 20 till the 4 hour mark, and I'm kind of curious, so I want to just like push it. Or I want to have like one more toke. I'm having that dilemma now. Guys, I'm a little nippy for food. But at the same time, I'm not like quite tired yet. And shit like that. So I'm just like, My stomach isn't quite at the verge of like, we demand food now, you son of a bitch. So it's like, alright, yeah. I suppose I could drag it on. What's this? I want to. Oh my God, Hunter Avalon. What? Who do you find that has opinions like this? I want to defend slavery. Wild religious debate. God couldn't condemn slavery. Oh my God. It's like a little. It's like a 50-minute thing. So I guess it's mercifully short. But I mean, oh my God. I mean, especially right now, my brain would not be able to take that at this current moment in time. And frankly, this has probably been like, you know, more like this has probably been like the, at least maybe like the 4th time recently where I've heard like motherfuckers and, you know, like, especially like after the whole Roe v. Wade thing where basically like the whole idea of like, do you condemn slavery? You think it's a bad thing? Where like, there was like the meme where like at this point where it's like that old dude who has like a Confederate flag on his shirt who's like no comment, which basically means just yes. And the fucking journalist guy or the dude trying to ask him the question about it literally gave him like 3 or 4 times to try to like change that answer, and he was just like no comment literally every time. It's like it's like okay. So, he thinks there's, like, some motherfuckers out there that just unironically are, like, can I help you? That are unironically fucking just straight up, like, yeah, you know what, maybe we could be a little more open about our slavery business. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Can I help you? Oh, you handsome boy. You handsome boy. What, boy? What's up, boy? What's up? Aw, you handsome little thing. You so cute. What are you doing? Aw, you handsome thing. Oh, you screechy boy. Oh, you're just a handsome thing. Oh, like he was getting his face all up over here, like sniffing around. It's like, what are you doing, you little freak? Oh, he's just so cute. I mean, he's a little over a year old now, but he's still got the face of a goddamn puppy. Those little ears, that's what does it. That's what kills me, is those little ears. Those little floppy little things. Like, those are gonna, like, forever be the most floppiest little ears. It's just so cute. It just makes him have, like, the head of, like, this permanent puppy. 8 ways to turn instant ramen into a gourmet meal. I mean, I pretty much already know how to do that. I do it myself already. Thai chicken ramen. This Japanese dish gets a Thai flavor kick. Ramen burrito. What? Who needs rice anyway? What the fuck? Crunchy ramen and chicken salad. If you could pick up carrot slices with chopsticks, we applaud you. Homemade spicy ramen with tofu. Okay. Ramen burger? What the fuck? I don't know about that. Oh my god, wait, the ramen things are the patties? I'm assuming you don't cook, you don't soak them, to the point where they're like, ramen status. You soak them enough to where they're just soft enough and shit, you know what I mean? Like, but I don't know. I don't know about that one. Crockpot caramelized pork ramen soup. Okay, that sounds fucking banging. Ramen mac and cheese. Okay, I straight up don't know about that one. I'm not too sure about that one. I mean, it's just not mac and cheese. That's just like ramen, but you add cheese to it. It's like, okay. But what, you don't add like the flavor packet in it? You just put cheese and that's it? Like, I don't know about that one. Like, some of those I'm not too sure about, but couldn't you just put cheese with ramen? That's what I mean. Like, just make the ramen as is, but then just put some cheese and let it melt as you, get it all together and shit. Boom. There you go. Like, what the... that mac and cheese one don't make no sense. Though that ramen burrito, though, I kind of want to, like, figure that... I kind of want to, like, look that one up. And that crockpot caramelized pork ramen soup. I mean, that sounds fucking fire than fire. But because what normally I do is like I either have chicken or shrimp usually, and I have like either like 2 or 3 packets of ramen, and then I usually have like some green onions, some regular white onions, or yellow onions, I guess, and then or either or, maybe both, and then after that, some diced carrots, and then I get 1 or 2 eggs, depending on how much I'm making, and I do a sunny side up. I just let them, kind of do their thing a little bit, and wait till that yolk is just, that yolk, like, right in the center of it is still nice and, like, watery, but, like, the very outer edge is nice and, like, nice and good. Then I, put those off to the side. And once I kind of get everything cooked up, put like a little bit of soy sauce and a couple other spices, seasoned, some minced onions and minced garlic, like all that shit. And, mix it together. I put the sunny sides up on top. Once you cook it together, especially once you open up those yolks and all that, just, like juice starts melting in with it. Oh my God. Dude, man, you know what? I got some pizza tonight and some chicken tendies, but right now, god fuck damn, do I want, like, some ramen right now. Like, I want to get those tendies, break them apart, get some ramen, season them bitches up, make, like, 1 or 2 sunny side ups, put them in, man, what the fuck? Why didn't I think about this, like, what, like, I don't know, like, 4 hours or 5 hours ago? Like, god damn it. I'm honestly, like, really hardcore wanting some sushi, too, because of last night. So, yeah, I also, like, I low-key... You know what? Wednesday, I'm getting sushi. I'm getting, like, some sushi, and then, like, after that, I'm gonna go to, like, this fucking Vietnamese place that's down the street and get some fucking pho for dinner. Like, wake up, be like, alright, I want to, do some errands, go down 82nd and shit. Go to the sushi place I found, fucking go there, boom, that's my lunch, fucking, you know, do some errands and stuff, you know, come back home, feel hungry again, get some pho. Oh, that sounds like a fucking plan for Wednesday. That sounds like a game plan. Oh, that sounds amazing. Because I want some sushi, but now, I mean, pho ain't ramen, but pho's pho, though. It's pho. And pho is amazing. Oh. Tenders over nuggets. I tend to agree. Because, like, nuggets are basically just, like, baby tenders. It's like, I mean, just get a fucking chicken tender at that point. I mean, it's like, it's like I don't besmirch the nug. You know, it's like I don't besmirch the nuggies, but, I mean, at the end of the day, chicken tenders over nuggets. At the end of the day. COVID has fully convinced me that we should still be, that we would still be working during a zombie apocalypse. Fucking true. Zombification isn't going away anytime soon. Say no to the zombie vaccine. Know your rights. Get the zombie 19 vaccine card without taking the vaccine. Oh my god. I swear to God, if there were people like that, I mean, I don't care what the laws were. I'd be like, alright, zombie apocalypse, but we're forced to go to work. Well, I'm going to work and I'm having a rifle on my back in case zombies start attacking us. So, yeah, well, I guess we're I guess we're gonna have the Shaun of the Dead universe, but there's without the comedy. Great. Oh, and climate disaster on top of that. So yeah, Shaun Dead, but literally no comedy involved. Outside of just the sheer chaos and parody that is our world. And the fact that Shaun Dead would unironically be a better fucking universe to live in if that was the case. Because at least, like, their society gets their shit together and, like, somehow allows zombies to, like, reintegrate into, like, society and basically, you know, be used as, like, menial workers and shit like that and stuff. So, I mean, if anything, like, Shaun Dead would actually be better. It's probably affected anyway, yep. It was affected anyway. Like, I'm sorry, I mean, it's not my fault that he had, like, some of the symptoms of being a zombie. Like, hey, don't take no chances, bro. I don't want to get bit. Boo. I just want to serve people chicken tendies and fucking JoJo potatoes and deli meats. I don't want to fucking get bit, bitch. And even then, I don't want to, like, die doing that either. Like, I don't mind my job. It's not like I hate it, but, like, fuck, I don't want to die doing it. That would suck. Whether due to on-work site issues or fucking zombies, I don't care. Like, I'd rather not let that be the case, please. I'm like 8 minutes till the 4-hour mark. You know, I'll just push up till the 4-hour mark. I didn't realize I killed that much time. Nice. I guess when you, like, water your mouth over ramen and sushi and then devolve into zombies. And, like, I love how we did that. Like, we went from, like, ramen and then, like, sushi a little bit and now to zombies. What about this footage of him saying, I'm most definitely not a zombie and I'm in a lot of pain? They say crazier things. Yeah, they say some crazy stuff, man. Don't worry about it. YouTube's recommended me this randomly. AK-47 with drum. Okay. Color me curious. Because actually, yeah, I'm curious to this channel. I actually subscribe to it. Wow, it's in YouTube short form, but doesn't actually come off as YouTube short. Nice. Well, sweet baby race. Woo! I need to get me one of those. Not the AK, I got that. The drum mag. That's not automatic, by the way. That's his finger if you look close enough. Empty that bitch. Dust cover off. Okay. Oh, just put... Alright. This also proves that you can have the dust cover off and still shoot it fine. See? He's just... It's a trigger pull each time, dude. This guy's got, like, insane fingers. The safety was just like, I'm gonna go buy now. Hey. Hey! 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 No! Yeah, I honestly like this guy's, you know, YouTube videos and shit. Whew, that drum mag looked pretty dope. I need to get one of those. Got a 40, but I need, like, maybe one or two more of those. And then, at least 175 round drum. God, I mean, like, oh man, like, one of those would be so fucking fun. It's like, alright, I'm gonna shoot the steel target, blah, blah, and just, like, endlessly just bum fire, just, like, just take that steel target out, and it's like, oh my god, that'd be kind of fun. See, high capacity could be fun. It's not all about, like, weird shit. This dude's got, like, fucking AKs kitted out, like, up the ass. Like, the dude's obvious. This guy's, like, richer than shit, obviously. I don't know who he is, but... like, his shit be, like, hella fucking decked out. No! Oh, another one from a day ago. MP5 mag dumps. Alright. Ooh. Ooh, this MP5 looks pretty slick. Oh, damn. Oh, that looks nice. Damn, that is a nice looking MP5. I'm not a fan of the suppressor thing going on there. But I like the sights on, I like the optic on there. I like that, I'm liking it. Oh my god, dude, this FPS is fucking crisp. Dude, these cameras are insane. Slap. Dude, his fucking dexterity of his finger is, like, butt fucking insane. I'm sure he impresses the ladies a lot. Or male bunkholes, either way. Or both. Whichever he impresses, like, whoever his sexual inquiries are, he impresses the fuck out of him with those fingers. Because, holy shit. Oh my god, what are the... Oh my god, what are these? These look amazing. Are these donuts? Oh my god, they look amazing. They look so good. Man, I'm glad a lot of the food talk is happening, because it's making me more hungry, but that just means I'm gonna, like, feast the fuck out when once I get off here, which about, like, 2 minutes till I want to do that, so hell yeah. Hell yeah. Kind of top my bowl off and all that fun shit. It's kind of one, I mean, what's an MP5, like... Oh, I don't know where, I'm sure, like, there's actually a lot of different gun shops around, so I'm sure if I looked around hard enough, I bet I could find an MP5. Though, honestly, it wouldn't be the thing I'd go for, personally. I'd probably, honestly, go for something else if I wanted to go for a 9. And have, like, an SMG or, you know, or carbine of some sort like that. Like, a High Point or a Caltech would probably be something more in my interest. Because if I got, like, a sub 2000, especially if, like, a 9mm variant, it carries Glock mags. So, if I got, like, Glock mags, and especially, like, extended Glock magazines, like, it'd be compatible with them. So, if I got, like, I think the other version is the 45 caliber version, and I think those take 6-hour pistol mags, which also have, you know, different magazine variations and shit. So, did this not need to be? This did not need to be. Democrats were worried Biden will be healthy enough to run again in 2024. The Onion, shut up. The Onion, stop it. Why? Dude, The Onion. I mean, one, like, this is... The fucked up thing is, this isn't even parody. Like, there's legitimately, like, you know, centrist and liberal fucking, like, Democrats and, like, you know, and shit like that. Not necessarily, like, politicians outright yet. Probably really not at all. But, like, I mean, like, there's honestly been a lot of different, like, you know, people who are actually legit don't want Biden to run now at this point. I mean, not that, like, that's really new. But, I mean, considering a lot of people that is even very adamantly supportive of him and shit, you know, are, you know, like, nah, don't run again. So, it's like, this isn't, The Onion, like, I mean, we can't be parodied anymore. Our world can't be parodied anymore. Like, The Onion tried, and honestly, it's just like, it's not. I mean, because there is actually some truth to this. It's like, god damn it. Oh. I think they need to probably get some new writers for The Onion or something, because I think the current ones are starting to run out of things to parody. Because their parody is more closer to reality than they probably think. Fuck this world. Absurd. What a wonderful world. Here, top off that a little bit. There we go. But anyway, I'm actually feeling my stomach starting to be like, yo, there was food involved, right? So, let's go smoke this last little bowl. The last little bit of minutes there. Actually, even went a little over, but that's okay. And then, can't go for the lovely evening. I might do a stream tomorrow before I go to work, but I don't know. Might not. Depends on the mood. But, anyway. In the meantime, wait, oh, okay. I'll look at this one more. Yay or nay, maybe for a weekend, but not living like this. Yeah, I wouldn't want to, like, live like that myself. I mean, if I could have, like, you know, some contract with maybe, like, you know, some, you know, whoever would own a property like that, to be like, hey, if I wanted to, like, request time to have this to myself or some shit, you know, for, like, a weekend or, you know, or even a little longer, depending on my mood. But also, it's, like, open air, too, so what if it gets chilly, you know what I mean? It looks like a more arid environment, and when it comes to that, like, the cold, you know, tends to be a lot, well, I mean, like, the night air is frigid as fuck, so... I mean, it has its perks and it has its cons, I would say. Aesthetically, it looks fucking amazing, though. I mean, for sure, at least a weekend. Have somebody you want to kind of get a little intimate with and hang out in that spot for a weekend. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I bet it has kick-ass sunsets. I bet, it's built, so you see some pretty badass sunsets. Imagine getting your fuck on there and get a nice sunset and shit, dude. I mean, it'd probably be some bliss. So yeah, I mean, definitely at least hell, a couple weekends even. I'll be yeah, couple weekends, every now and then throughout the year or some shit. I mean, yeah. But to live there though, I mean, it's just one, yeah, I'm seeing a video on repeat. It's just one, I mean, we're only seeing one room. So I'm assuming it's just a place that you just visit, and stay for a little bit. Not live in. I guess if I had a property that had this as a little guest, side area that, me and maybe a guest can hang out at, so to speak, and shit, I mean, I'd love to have that, that'd be dope. But, it wouldn't be something I would, fucking make a frequent use of outside of, hey, I got this really nice spot that we can see the sunset at, with our beach, instead of being in here in the kitchen. Want to go somewhere a little bit more intimate, and then I just whip out this spot. Here, I'll pull it up screen even. This kind of show, at least, stream-wise, what I'm looking at here. But it's yeah, I mean, I could definitely, see myself being here at least, maybe a couple times a year and shit. Or maybe if I had, fuck you money and had cliffside property, having, maybe that as, a little side room or something like that. My more intimate, sexy time room. And that's just kind of, a part of the, accessories of the place. Or at least in the one room. That's, the edge of it. And, when you look behind, there's, other stuff there. Breeding benches and shit like that, and whatever the fuck else. Some nice, soft, silky mats, to lay on and shit, stuff like that. I mean, honestly, if I had fuck you money, or at least enough money to do so, I would straight up have, a basement, or, a dungeon that's, or, a room that's just set aside to just be, the sexy time room. Just straight up, it's and, whatever schmexy needs are needed, they're in there. What, just straight, I mean, I would. Just because, I mean, why not? Better than, having a little drawer in your room where it's, someone might, sneak in there and it's just don't want that shit. Fuck that shit, Just have the room that's just locked and you only have access via key. I'm just gonna smoke one before I fuck it. Load this last one. Then actually call it good. Whoa. Man, crushing my thumb is not doing me any favors trying to light lighters tonight at all. Anyway, like I was doing a little bit earlier, I call it good for now for the rest of the evening, so goals, peace out, and whenever I decide, I should be back around for the next one, so Scooby-Bop-Bop-Bop, Rickle Pick, and